What's going on? How are you, Sheree? Dear Lord. Sitting there balancing 10 things at the same time. I really need to change up the title of this one. I'm going to edit that in the background real quick. I'm doing all right, I guess. Let me see. I think I'll wipe out this woo woo moon theory. I mean, granted, we'll discuss my woo woo moon theory, why I'm thinking this way, or just some fun put on the tinfoil hat shit. Let's see. Let's change up this title to Naked Gun and War of the Worlds. And of course, that's going to be way too long. We have to knock out the self assessment, which will be interesting too. I realized something about myself the other day. Is my mic okay? There we go. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, how was the show? Was it a good show? Little low? How about now? Better, Steve? Flip over this. Show you what we're going to work on. Oh. I got WWE SummerSlam going on. Actually, I should probably change the title from Chillin' and Chatting WWE SummerSlam. Son of a bitch. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do this. Right now, it's Jacob 2 versus Solo Sikoa. Chillin'. Let's go chillin'. Cut off the chatting. What's up, Eugene? Good job on the new song today. I listened to it. Good shit. Good job, buddy. I dropped in, threw a like on there. I was bouncing around so much I didn't comment though. So, but yes, I listened to your Penguin song. Good job. Keep them coming, bud. Keep them coming. Crack the old nectar of the gods. What's going on, Stevie? How are you, brother? Oh shit! This is I didn't even realize it. So Solo Sokoa. For those who give a shit about WWE, Solo Sokoa versus Jacob Fatu in a steel cage. And I'm guessing this for the United States title, if I remember correct. I don't know. I watched last night's WWE SummerSlam. Very interesting. They had CM Punk win the title. He beat Gunther, the current champion. It was like a feel good moment. And then 2 seconds later, Seth Rollins came out and cashed in his money in the bank. So CM Punk was champion for exactly 5 minutes before getting his ass stomped. Which, I'm sorry, I'm a huge mark for CM Punk. I'm just a nerd for him. He's an older guy. I always feel good whenever he does it. Yeah. Poor Sheree, you must be oversubscribed. Um, yeah, I mean, I'll knock this out right off the rip just so I can kind of move past it. So I think I told you guys And this, even though the shit's gonna happen where I'm like going in on Saturday or whatever, opening the store, running the store or whatever for my son's store. I was in there and I've done retail for many, many years and haven't done it in like 5 years or whatever. And his shit's set up completely different than any retail job I've ever worked. But yeah, like I got done, I trained a little bit. I don't have it all down, which is going to be fun. But, and I'm going in Tuesday, I think, to train again, do more training, learn his system and all this. But I realized something like self assessment. I fucking hate people. Like, not you guys, right? I mean, like, face to face, dealing with customers, dealing with people. There used to be a part of me that used to love it, right? That part has either gone to sleep or died because people came into the store and, like, I don't know. I don't know what it was. I couldn't make like a human connection, really. Like, I felt awkward. It's not even people being dumb. Like, it was just customers, just regular ass customers, right? Because it's like basically it's vacuum cleaner supplies or what have you. Like, he does central vacuums, he repairs vacuums there. They sell products for the vacuums, all this kind of shit, which is funny as shit in my opinion. You know, but because it's a resort town, makes a killing because all the hotels and stuff got to get their vacuums repaired somewhere, and it's local to them. So he makes a killing off of it. Yeah, I don't know what it was, but I mean, like the people that came in, there was like 4 or 5 customers that had come in while I was there doing shit, and like there was nothing wrong with them, not a damn thing wrong with them. They were just normal, average people, and I was just kind of like, yo, why are you here? Go away. Like normally, like I used to be really really good at retail, and I'm gonna tell you now, it was almost like I started to realize, I started to assess myself and what is it? And then I started thinking about my life. I'm pretty much surrounded by my pets, my wife. Every now and again, the kids will come by, right, and visit. I mean, I talk to Smurf online. I talk to like Twisted, Rogue of the Leaf, David, you guys, right? And I'm cool with all of everybody. Like, you guys don't bother me like that. But actual face to face talking to people, it was just kind of like, yeah, I'm over this. Like, I want to be left alone. Like, it was crazy. Yeah, your F jar is almost empty. Exactly. Like, but it's not even like, it wasn't even that. Like, yeah, I don't care about it. Was more like, I don't know. I'm dead serious. You know how they always show in like those movies, like the guy just left town mysteriously 20 years ago, went up into the mountains, and nobody's seen him. And then they go up there and they find him, and he's got like the crazy long beard, the long hair, his nails are all long. He's just like, he's eating possum and squirrel and shit for lunch. And you're just like, and he's just like, well, what are you doing on my land, son? Right? Like, I'm getting to that point. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand when the change happened, but there's a change that happened where I used to look forward to interacting with people, doing that chit chat and BSing and everything else. And like, I'm fine with it online. Like, I'm live streaming. I'm fine. I'm talking to Steve. I'm like, yo, what's up, my man on the streets? Tell me all about, I'm excited to see him. Shrey jumps in the chat. Hey, what's going on? Sweetest person, greatest mod ever. Right? Hey, what's up? How's Rick? How's everything going? Eugene jumps in. Hey, man, tell me about the music, all that kind of shit. These people walked into the store and like, I mean, I didn't freeze up. I was like, hi, how you doing, sir? Kind of deal. And like putting on the mask and like the face for retail. But at the same point in time, I was also like, and I'm sure I got a bad poker face like this. I'm sure it was bleeding through where I was just kind of like, fuck off. Yeah, exactly, Eugene. Like, just leave that shit on the porch and go. Yeah, I don't know, Steve. Like, but for me, like, I'm trying to. I don't know. It's interesting because I'm trying to tell you how I was like 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you know, Mrs. So and so, Mrs. Smith would come into the store every 3 days. Hey, how's it going? How's your daughter? How's this? How's that? And like, I actually gave a shit. Like, I actually really did. Like, and this was like people coming in, and it's an opportunity to make connections with people, or, connecting to people on even just a base level of what do you need. And I'm just like, yeah, what the fuck are you here for? Like, I didn't say it that way, but I'm sure that's kind of the way it came out of my mouth when I'm like, how are you today, sir? Like, just, it's bad. So I'm like, I was like, I hate this shit now. Like, I feel like I'm being fake. And I'm just like, yeah, so I've got to cover this place for 5 days. I'll be the only one there on those 5 days, which means that I am going to eat a huge amount of shit over 5 days. But god damn it, I love my son more than how I feel in this situation, because I want his store to succeed, and I know I can at least keep it running smooth while he's gone, or attempt to. Exactly, Eugene. Have a Coke and a smile. And yeah, Steve, I got you. Like I just think back to a time. There was a time when I would throw parties on a nightly basis where I had to step over four people that were passed out on the floor so I could take a leak, right? Like in the little side bathroom. And now it's like, I don't even want you sons of bitches around me. Like, I don't know when that heart change happened, but it's happened, and it's not good. Like, I was half tempted to wear my GAM catches up shirt in there and all that, like one of the prototypes. And then, like be BS them, because I'm just thinking like, oh, I'll do it like I did before, and just BS. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's my YouTube channel. I paint shit and talk shit, that kind of thing, or play games and talk shit, and just have a conversation about it, like conversation starter. And I'm like, man, I don't want to talk to people. And I'm just like, but I'm gonna go do a live stream tomorrow. Like, what the fuck? Make that make sense, guys. Like, explain that shit to me. Like, I'm gonna get on the internet, whole bunch of my regulars, all the cool kids and cats, and sit here and BS and paint stuff and have a good time and cut loose and talk about like wrestling, or like I said, I got a woo woo moon theory. Give a review on the 2025 Naked Gun movie, which Jesus fucking Christ. Um, and the War of the Worlds with Ice Cube, that's on. I guess it's on Amazon. It has to be, because there was a couple things in there where it felt like just sponsorship for Amazon. Um, but I'm just like, I'm gonna have all this fun talking to all these people, never seen each other face to face, and everybody's really cool, and I give a shit what's going on in their lives, and really actually do care like what's happening with like Eugene's music, or you know anything that's going on with Steve, or Rebel shows up, my roving reporter, and all that. Like, hey guys, what's the news? What's going on? What can we bullshit about? And I'm like, but I got real life people in my face in this store. And I'm just like, yeah, you guys just need to get out of my face. Like, it just makes no sense. I'm like, maybe that's why I'm only at 92 subscribers, right? Like, I've got a fuck off attitude. I don't know. I mean, God bless every one of you 92 subscribers, too. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. Call you guys the tip of the spear. Yeah, I mean, there you go. You meet and like, they have the same point of view, same kind of sentiment as you, everything else, right? But the whole thing is, if you're never meeting new people, then how in the hell are you ever going to know that match end? If, you know, how are you ever going to know what happened? Hell happened. I see Oscar or somebody coming out. I was talking to my dad yesterday how about Trump is a sexual predator and how the people who voted for him are idiots. My dad supports Trump and was getting upset. Yeah, see, like that's that bullshit, right? Like my dad is very like anti-Trump. I try not to talk politics when I talk to him, but the whole problem is I think I've damaged my relationship with my father. I'm not gonna lie. And I think that shit's 100. Well, it's not 100% my fault. The problem is he believed shit that wasn't true, and then I would tell him like flat out, "Look, I'm not a huge Trump guy. However, the shit you're saying is incorrect." And then we get in an argument over COVID, for example, right? And he'd be like, "Well, yeah, but Dr. Fauci," and I'd be like, "Dr. Fauci's modern day Mengele. Like, look at what he's actually done. Look at it objectively. Put your fucking biases aside and just look at things objectively." And he couldn't do it. Like everything was from a very left perspective. And I'm like, I understand. But if you're actually trying to reach the truth, look at it like you're a scientist, which my father actually is. Look at it like you're a scientist and you're doing the research yourself. Don't assume anything. Don't assume everybody's lying to you. Don't assume that one side's telling you the absolute truth and the other one's absolute liars. You can't do that. You have to look at it objectively. And he can't look at shit objectively. And it's just like, yeah, sometimes I feel like grabbing him and choking him until his britches fill with shit. So I just tried not to talk to him about it, but every time he injects, he will always bring up politics, and like every time I beat him the fuck down with it, like and make him feel stupid. And I know I'm making him feel stupid because then shit comes up. Like he was like, "Oh, Joe Biden's not a court," like they keep saying he's like, all there and all with it and everything. And now all this shit comes out. Jake Tapper writes a book and everything else. And my dad really liked Jake Tapper. And I'm just like, he said something like, "Yeah, I still don't think he was, impaired or whatever." And I'm like, "Pop, Jake Tapper even came out and said, like, yo, this man didn't know how to he was making sandwiches without any bread. Like, come on." And my dad was just like, "Well, anyway." See, like smaller doses, I can't get any smaller doses than "Hi, how you doing? Yes, I'm here to pick up, my vacuum or whatever. Okay, here it is. Thank you. That'll be the X amount of dollars. Have a good day." I can't get any smaller doses than that, Steve. So like, it's brutal. I mean, I've just he's probably woke right like me. I'm not woke right. I'm a centrist. Like I'm a centrist. I call it right up the fucking middle. I can see where shit is insane on both sides, and I can see where people go to the extreme on both sides. I also see good in both sides. Um, I also see the negative. I really see the negative in both sides because there's a lot of fucking negative. I don't even know what the hell's going on in SummerSlam right now. Just go to live, motherfucker. Yeah, I mean, I got you, Steve. I know. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but that's just it. I don't even want to make the connection. Like, I've got the junction box switched to off. You know what I mean? Man, I'll tell you what, YouTube is a cheating bitch. Yeah, but you know what? It's not like people can call you woke, right? People can call you, oh, you're an extremist, you're a MAGA guy, you're a leftist, you're a socialist, whatever label they want to throw on you. Tell them to go fuck themselves. That's where I'm at with it. Like, yeah, what you can't label me because you're not me. Like, I'll tell you what I am and what I'm not. You know what I mean? Um, and anybody who's listened to enough of my streams has heard me over time where I've nailed out Trump on shit. Definitely nailed out Biden on shit because he still is. Probably in my lifetime, I wasn't old enough to remember Jimmy Carter's presidency, but yeah, Biden's by far been the worst president. Worse than George W. Bush, who fucking, invaded Iraq. Worse than Barack Obama, who had the banking system crash under him. You know, like he was the worst motherfucker in history was Joe Biden. See, I don't think Tim is actually a MAGA loyalist. I don't. I disagree with that statement. And the only reason why is because when DeSantis, like, if you remember, so the whole thing is somebody who's a Trump loyalist never falters, never deviates from it. Jeremy D Day Cobra from Geeks and Gamers, that's a Trump loyalist. I mean, he still calls Trump out when he screws up, but he loves Donald Trump, right? Tim Pool was just like, yeah, like the vote should go to DeSantis, the vote should go to DeSantis, right up until the point when Trump started stomping DeSantis out in the polls, and then all of a sudden Tim Pool got back on board with Trump. That's not somebody who's a loyalist to me. You know what I mean? Like Tim is honestly, he's a grifting bitch. I mean, like ABL, he's a MAGA stooge. Well, he's not a MAGA stooge. He's a Republican stooge. Like anything that a Republican governor, senator, or president tells ABL, he's going to fucking 110% agree with. Like anything that the administration passes to, because he's proved it. Look at his track record. Just look at what he does. You can say he's actually loyal to the Republican Party. Nothing wrong with that. But it's 100%. Like you look at actually anything that's come up, the Epstein files. Trump comes out, says we should look past it. I'm just like, oh hell no, we shouldn't. I want those pedophiles in jail, right? First thing ABL says is, yeah, we should just focus on the good stuff that Trump did and forget about this shit. Like you're parroting exactly what they want you to parrot. What is this bullshit? Yes, he's a MAGA loyalist as long as Trump is in office, as long as Trump is the president. But Tim Pool, no pun intended, will switch his hat the moment Trump is out of office. But yeah, I've noticed that about ABL. Like ABL, just it's 100% the GOP, Republican Party, whatever. They're all great, and the Democrats are all nutty and shitty. And it's like you got to find balance, dude. Well, he doesn't have to find balance. He can run his shit however he wants. I mean, he's got like 1.8 million subs or something like this, right? So he's obviously doing something right. Right. Now, when it comes to the Epstein files, 1000%, I'll make sure you guys smash the like button too. Um, when it comes to the Epstein files, there's a couple that have stuck with it. Megyn Kelly's one of them. Tucker Carlson's one of them, right? Well, Candace Owens, man, that woman's she keeps betting on drama, and it's getting her clicks and stuff, but I hope she doesn't crash and burn because of it. Um, like I said, have that genetics test an XX chromosome on Macron's wife and Candace Owens, that lawsuit, that'll burn her to the earth. Like, it won't be good. But who knows? Maybe it really is a dude and it'll never come up and she wins. And we'll be completely vindicated. I don't know how that one's going to play out. But yeah. Yeah, like Tucker Carlson, he's definitely like, yeah, you can tell just the Epstein files. Luke Rakowski that goes on Timcast every now and again. 100% all about the Epstein file release, is not letting up with it. He's like, they're fucking lying to us, everything else. Nick Fuentes, I don't like him at all. There is nothing about that dude I like at all. Not even a little bit. He's got a lot of you need the shit beat out of you, son, in my opinion. Like, there's nothing I like about him. Yeah, you're right, Eugene. 110%, you're right. We're never going to get the full files. But give us something, like, hey, here you go. Just give us like Prince Andrew, Bill Gates, like a couple other high profiles like that, and I think people will be satisfied. Yeah, I mean, I could believe Nick Fuentes is gaining in traction, support, and everything else. You'll never see me supporting him, and I don't like him. I don't like that dude a little bit, and I never will. There's nothing he can say. He could release the Epstein files himself, and I still wouldn't like that dude. There's just something about him I don't like. Like, it's the same thing with like Andrew Tate. Like, I've had this conversation about Andrew Tate. There's something about Andrew Tate I don't like. I completely just, maybe it's just not my flavor of ice cream. People have said, "Oh, he's got a good message." All, like, I'm not going to rehash that argument, but I'll just say I'll never support that dude. I don't think he should have his First Amendment rights stripped from him, like, in either case. I think they should be able to say whatever the hell they want to say. I'll just not watch it and just tune out from him. That's just me. Yeah, exactly, Sheree. He gives you vibes. He gives me vibes too. Like, I don't know what it is about that dude. There's something not on the level. Like, I don't know if it's a grift. I don't know if, like, he's going to get taken out by the FBI and turns out he's got like 500 files of him diddling kids, or, like, was chaining up the little hat people and like torturing them on the side or something. I don't know, something weird like that. Like, he had sex with a German Shepherd and videotaped it. I don't know, but there's something with that dude I don't trust. Like, there's people that give me that vibe, and when they do, I'll be vocal about it, and I'm not trying to take away from, like, hey, I want this person canceled, and don't watch their shit or anything. No, you do you. If you like their message, you like the person, whatever. I'm not trying to piss on your parade. I'm just saying, for me, it's not for me. There's something about it. It's not for me. Yeah, I saw that. He called him a weird gay kid that lives in his basement, his parents' basement in Chicago. And didn't Nick Fuentes come back and say, like, yeah, he's right, which is fine. Like I said, I'm not here to judge him on that. I'm just, something with either the personality or the person themselves. Something strikes me off. Like, I can't even say he's a bad person. I don't know anything really about him. There's just something every time I've seen him, I get I get that, yeah, not for me kind of feeling. And then there's people like I said, like with ABL, I don't feel bad about it. It just is what it is. But like I didn't even tune in to check and see what the calls were like. None of it. I completely avoided it last night. Completely avoided anything to do with them. And it came up my feed, everything, and I was just like, yeah, I have no want or desire to watch. I I don't know. I don't know what happened, but there was like it wasn't even that he crossed a lexicon with me or something or said something that really like I mean he said plenty of shit that pisses me off, but it's his opinion, he's entitled to it. It's just I don't know. Like at some point you're just done. And I was just done. Let's pop up those images of Bizarro so I can see what I'm painting. Yeah, I mean that is true. Like with Tucker Carlson, I like Tucker Carlson, but at the same point in time, I also see him as kind of a rich and spoiled, entitled kid too. Like for some reason, like I almost see him like he's part of the elite, and maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's unfair for me to judge him like that. But I don't know. I get he went to the Grateful Dead concerts and all that shit, and has a picture with him with Jerry Garcia and everything else. And it's like, oh, you're a rich, spoiled brat that got to play stoner. That's awesome. You watched Star Trek last night and forgot to even go to ABL? I mean, were a lot of the regulars that you interact with on ABL last night, Shirai? Because yeah, you were obviously there for it. You're there for every one of them because you're awesome. Yeah, I agree, Shirai. That's a good way of putting it too. He's a kid who got. I don't think he was a flat out nerd kid that got bullied, but I definitely see him as a kid that was picked on and shit like that in high school for being like, "Oh, you're that Richie Rich kid," you know. Beans wasn't there either. That's. Hopefully, shout out to her. Hopefully, everything's all right. It's weird. She usually bops in after job number like 12 or whatever. Six didn't make it either. Man, that's weird. Mm. You want to talk about crossing a lexicon? Guys, we got 4,400 hours watched. So, yeah, we've slayed the entire 4,000 hours to get monetized. Killed it. It's all about subscriptions at this point. I'm going to have to do like, I'm going to have to do like a grift post or something where it's just chicks in a bikini and like people think that's my show so they sub to it. I mean, E-Rock's on vacation with his family as far as I know. So I'm not expecting to see him all that much. I couldn't really stay and yeah, without being negative. What's up, mister? How are you, brother? I know you like chicks in bikini, but you're already subscribed, so I would warn you ahead of time. It's a grift. Maybe I'll go and find a pair of well, I guess the proper term would be little people, but yeah, midgets. Dress one up as a cowboy, dress one up as an Indian, and put them in a slap fight and be like, every week, every Thursday, midget slap fight on GAM catches up. I think that could drive views. Because it's Bizarro, not Superman. It's actually the Henry Cavill version of Superman. We'll know if Beans is listening because she'll chime in and cuss all of us out for that one. Yeah, Bizarro was a depending if you go with the Super Friends, he comes from the Bizarro world, right? Like an alternate world where like the instead of it being a globe, it's a cube, shit like that. But in the comics and everything else, Lex Luthor made a clone of Superman, and the clone didn't stabilize completely and started falling apart. So it's like a failed clone of Superman. Yeah, Eugene, smart marketing, smart marketing. Put girls in your videos, you'll be good. I mean, it worked for Prestige Worldwide, right? Remember? Everybody still remembers their song and their famous slogan boats and hoes, gotta get me some boats and hoes. I still got that song stuck in my head. The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. I'm due you in the bottom while I'm drinking sangria. Yeah, I'm. Bizarro is definitely an interesting one. I mean, the head on him is. Let me see if I can get that in focus. There it goes. Definitely, like same artist that did the Hulk. Artist did a great job with the face, and like, you guys should be able to see the S here in a second. The S on his chest is backwards and everything else. His cape will end up being a purple. Um, I actually got to look and see. I might even turn off SummerSlam. I'm not really watching it. Looks like Dominic Mysterio just beat AJ Styles. It looks like he stole one from the way he's running out of the ring. Yeah, it's some really the sculptor on this. Now, granted, most of the ones I got for free, I keep wanting to post a link to them so that anybody's watching this for not my mouth running, but actually watching for like the 3D prints and the painting and everything can go and get the model, right? I'm going to say 90% of the models that I've done lately, the 3D prints that I've done, they have gone from, hey, here it is free to, yeah, you got to pay me for this shit now. Like, I think he's like $8 for this one. And I'm like, I got that shit free. And by all means, they deserve the money they get. But yeah, I don't even know what's going on in the news. Steve, catch me up. What's going on in the news? Anything, buddy? Anything interesting outside of like, Trump sending two nuclear subs or three nuclear subs out and parking them off the coastline so he can bomb Russia at a first strike? I mean, weather here has been crazy. I walked outside, it feels like it's October outside. Like it's cold. I'm like, what is going on? Matter of fact, let me look. I want to see what the temperature actually is. Of course, this shit ain't going to tell me. Oh, Mike Johnson put on a tiny hat and went out and touched the wall. Well, looks like somebody's getting funded. Somebody's about to get a whole bunch of funding. It got back to 90 degrees today. You're almost back to summer. I mean, I'm going to say, like, walking outside, it felt like, and I'm sure it wasn't, but it felt like it was like 65 degrees here. And in South Carolina in August, that shit should be like right around mid 90s at the very least, like on a cold night. You're going to put hot, goth chicks in the video for darker songs. Yeah, it's weird. 78 degrees in Virginia right now. It should not be. That something feels like I went outside and I felt off. I'm like, am I getting sick or something? What is going on? No rain in 102 out there. That's well, I mean, shouldn't that be like kind of right where you're at is supposed to be at though, Steve? Yeah, like I'm trying to decide. I guess I'll start on this fucking suit. We got to go to if Superman's a bright blue. He would be blue, a dark blue, almost purple. See, like I don't know. Are we in El Nino? Are we in El Nina or whatever? Because the weather has just felt fucked up. Like, well, for here it was a lot of thunderstorms, right? Like everyday thunderstorms, but that happens sometimes. Like I've had years where it's thunderstorms every other day. I've had years where it's sunny most of the time, and just you're like, damn, it's got to rain. Yeah, and Eugene saying, yeah, low to mid 80s all next week. That's that's odd. We're in August. We should all be sweating and praying for air conditioning. And with the exception of Steve, if it was 80 degrees where Steve is, it'd be like, oh shit. But yeah, weather's been weird. Weather's gonna weather, I guess. Let's see. What do we got? Ultramarine. Let's see if this is the right color. This one's brand new. Brandy new. Let's try it. Got like two blues that are darker than this. Ooh. Better shake the hell out of that damn thing. I'm gonna have to get my wife to get me one of those paint stir things. Yeah, that looks like the right blue. Let's see how it hits on the fucking costume. Good lord. All right, let's take a look. Let's do a little here. That might be too blue. I'm not pulling enough purple out of it. Doesn't feel like it anyway. I mean, actually, that's going on kind of nice and even coat. Not seeing too much pull up out of it, which is good. But none of it's not the right color. Definitely need it to be a little more purple. I might even have to mix a little purple in. Oh, let's see. Let's try this purple. You want a pet penguin? You don't want a pet penguin. Penguins are assholes. They look cute and all that, but I'm sure they suck. That's too purple. There, that's actually probably the purple. Definitely that would be the purple for the cape. Um, okay. I got a real dark ass purple. I think this is too purple as well. Let's see. Yeah, that's way too purple. That's actually a perfect purple for the cape. Let's see, I'll paint a little spot on the cape. Yeah, that's the absolute right purple for the cape. The cape's gonna look nasty. As far as the suit goes, not the right purple. Maybe I'll just go with the deep blue. Let me do an amalgamation here. Mix up that purple and blue together. See what I get out of it. See if I can get it to undertone. Nah, it's still just gonna the blue is gonna eat the purple for breakfast. I mean, it's definitely got a little bit more of a purple hue to it, but it'll work. Crazy. I keep looking up at the one screen to look at the chat, right? And all I'm seeing is like Cody Rhodes versus John Cena vignettes playing and stuff. I'm like, wait, what's going on here? Which they shouldn't be already at Cody Rhodes versus John Cena. I would think that would close tonight, considering they already nailed out the Money in the Bank last night. So there's no chance of a cash in, which would have been cooler if they cashed in. But no, they did it last night. So yeah, I tried watching Naked Gun, the new one with Leslie Nielsen. It just came out. And yeah, I got about 20 minutes into it and turned it off. It could have been really, really funny and really, really good. It reminded me a lot of the lines were like out of a normal Naked Gun. Like one part, he's like, I remember when the only things that were electric were cars, cell phones, and Catherine Zeta Jones in Chicago, right? Like, was one of the lines that I remember. But Leslie Nielsen is not the right guy. His comedic timing, like, it's just not there. He can't do it like Leslie Nielsen used to. Like, he's missing the deadpan. He's missing the. He says it like an actor reading lines off of a note card somebody's holding up. Like, he's not just shooting from the hip on it and having fun with it. Yeah, Liam Neeson. Yes, it's his son. Dominic Mysterio is Rey Mysterio's son. Rey Mysterio Jr.'s son. He's actually a wrestler, and they call him Dirty Dom. Yeah, I said Liam. Well, Liam Neeson is the actor in the new one. Leslie Nielsen is the original actor. It just, yeah, like there was no chance for it to get better because the line delivery was wooden. Like it just, some people have that ability to do that kind of stuff. Like if it had been Steve Carell, it would have worked. But Liam Neeson, he just, I like him too as an actor. I didn't like him in this, like at all. It just did not work. And then because I was like, maybe I was tired when I tried to watch it. My wife really wanted to see it, so I popped her in the room. I asked her. I was like, we start watching it, and she was like, "Nah, your assessment's pretty much right." She's like, "It's just the wrong guy in that role." Priscilla Presley? Yeah, see, like that kind of line. Liam Neeson, nice Bieber. Like he could pull it off. Liam Neeson, it just doesn't work. I don't know why. Um, like I said, I maybe it's because Liam Neeson could do the improv, but yeah, Priscilla Presley. They had Pam Anderson in this one. She's like the girl in this one, and yeah, yeah. It was actually a little bit disappointing because I was hoping for a good comedy and be able to tell you guys like, oh yeah, I enjoyed it, fun comedy, everything. It was the best way I can describe it is if you go back in time and remember when Scary Movie 1 and 2 came out and they were really, really good. Then they started doing the whole Not Another. And like Not Another Teen Movie was funny. Um, Not Another This Movie or That Movie was funny. And then they came out with like Not Another Superhero Movie and that was total shit. It was kind of like that. It was like a not another superhero movie, not a scary movie, kind of funny. Like it didn't land. They put that plane in the air and couldn't land it and it crashed. Um, then I watched, and like I said, I'm pretty sure it's on Amazon. But I watched the new War of the Worlds with Ice Cube, and I like the concept of it. Everything else, but it gets contrived. And like it was cool because instead of it being like, the old school 1960s version, which is still my favorite version of War of the Worlds. The 19 or well the 2000s version with Tom Cruise where it was like kind of action, he's in the middle of it. Instead Ice Cube is working for the NSA and it so he's watching everything through basically computer monitors, drones and like shit like that, like security cameras. And it was an interesting concept, but it also wasn't great. Yeah, mister. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. I think Jeremy Renner, if they had Jeremy Renner as Frank Drebin's son, I think he could have pulled it off. That's a good call. Like, I think he's got that timing like it where he would be kind of serious. Like, you've either got to be slapsticky improv or oblivious to everything except for yourself. And like, Liam Neeson was neither of these things. But I also think Seth MacFarlane wrote it for some reason. Um, which would make sense, and that's probably why he cast Liam Neeson. Because like, oh, it'll definitely be able to show off a different side of Liam Neeson, and it just didn't work. Like he was playing the part like he was in Taken, or like I've got a very special set of skills, like that kind of shit, like that kind of acting, like almost like he was too serious for the role. I don't know if they did. I didn't watch that deep into the movie. Um, well, Jim Carrey going off the reservation. What's his name? Yes, isn't it Stephen? I keep wanting to say Stephen Colbert, but that's not right. What's his name from The Office? Is it? It's Steve Carell. Steve Carell could have nailed that dude's funny. Rainn Wilson could have played this part too and really knocked it out of the park in my opinion. Like I think he's got the timing for it. But you definitely have to be a special case. Like Leslie Nielsen was a serious actor, but he was just so good at playing that role that everybody just remembers him from Airplane and Naked Gun series. Yeah, I don't like the fact that he's a romantic comedy guy myself. You know, I then again, that's also I think a lot to do with him playing Michael Scott on The Office, which still like, my God, is that man? He didn't win enough awards for that shit. He really didn't win enough awards because he is hysterical in it. I mean, the first season's kind of brutal with The Office, but that's because they ripped it pretty much line for line strictly from the British version. Yo, are you shitting me right now, mister? Oh, really? John Hamm? Yeah, John Hamm. There was rumors he was going to be the pick for the new Superman, by the way, at one point. I could have seen him as Superman. Well, actually, I can half see him as Superman. I don't know. I think they nailed it. I think with Henry Cavill's still a better Superman, but the new Superman, the guy they got, he's pretty good. Like, I can see him as Superman. I just didn't like that they treated him like a bitch in his own movie. Dude, The Office. So, I mean, truth be told, mister, I didn't watch The Office until probably the sixth season was on, and I had to catch up because my wife and my kids loved it. And I was always just kind of like, like, oh, great, The Office. Everybody always talks about the goddamn Office. And then I ended up watching all the back episodes and catching up on it. And the first season's kind of rough because you're Steve Carell, Michael Scott, who's playing Michael Scott, he's kind of a jerk off in the first season. Like they make him kind of like an arrogant prick. And then in the second season, when they get away from the British version of the show and start doing their own thing, they make him like the lovable idiot that's arrogant. And it works. And it's just like it's hysterical. Like each one of the characters, they all have different stuff about them that you end up like loving and laughing about and everything else. Like Rainn Wilson plays Dwight Schrute. He owns like a beet farm, and he's like, oh God, what's his name? What the hell? The guy who plays Jim, I can't remember what his name is, what the actor's name is, but like he's pranking him all the time. John Krasinski, I think, dude who's married to Emily Blunt. He's really good in it. He's fun. You'll probably identify with him a bit. Not gonna lie, Mister. But yeah, it gets really good. Like you really do. You feel invested in it after a point. Absolutely fabulous. Well, I don't think they could. But that's the same thing with Are You Being Served? Have you ever seen that show? Old British comedies, some of them are fucking hysterical. Like Are You Being Served? Always cracks me up. Mr. Humphreys, are you free? And he like looks around and he's like, yes, I'm free because there's nobody around him. Yeah, Office is probably one of the top five shows of all time, and they land the plane on it too. The last episode's actually really, really good too. So they didn't screw up the series. Like everybody kind of gets a happy ending at the end of it. Um, it all works out. Like it's definitely it's a good show. If you haven't watched it, Mister, it's definitely one of those I recommend. Just start. It's over now, so just start at the beginning and watch it, and you'll probably get to like season 3 or 4 and be like, I can't believe I didn't watch a show when it was on. It's one of those shows. Like, oh, this is actually really really good. But give it a chance and let it build up steam. Um, it's not really so much about Pennsylvania. It's it's legit about the office, about Dunder Mifflin Paper Company. Here comes Stanley, the secret weapon. Yeah, like that's the other thing. Michael Scott does some shit that is like just full on racist, and like he's doing it on purpose, right? Like, but doesn't realize why it's racist, and it's funny. Like Stanley, there's one episode. I won't give away the spoiler on like how it starts, but Stanley there is the only black guy in the office. He has a heart attack, and when he has the heart attack, Steve, like what's his name, Michael Scott, Stephen, God damn, why can't I ever Steve Carell like grabs his wallet and tries putting it in his mouth. He's like, "Don't let him swallow his tongue. Stick the wallet in his mouth." Like, and he's having a heart attack, and he starts screaming at Stanley. He's like, "Stanley, you can't die. Barack is president. Barack is president." Like, it's fucking lighthearted like that. Like, it's funny as shit. Yeah, it's a mockumentary about office workers. Like the whole thing is the whole setup to the show is that there's a documentary crew that's following him around and recording everything that's happening in the office. And like it's just these weird characters that are all in the same office. Like there's one dude, his name's Creed Bratton, and he actually is the guitarist for I can't remember what rock band it is. But like he's always talking about drugs and like I'm hiding from the law, man, and stuff like this. And it turns out like in real life he's a famous rock star. Matter of fact, Mindy Kaling, I'm sure you've heard that name before. That's kind of where she got her start. Um, John Krasinski, that's where he got his start. What's the other chick's name? What's the chick that plays Pam? What's her name? But there's like it's funny. Like the shit is funny. Yeah, and yeah, exactly, Mister. Because they're like, oh, our secret weapon, Stanley, because it's the office versus the warehouse, and because Stanley's black, they keep calling him the secret weapon, and he can't play basketball to save his ass. Like he's terrible at it. But Michael Scott's like, yeah, he's our secret weapon and everything else because he's black. Yeah, Andy Bernard. Andy Bernard is amazing. Like, because he comes in and he's got like anger management issues, and he's played by Ed. Oh God, what is the actor's name? But yeah, he's got like anger management issues, so he gets pissed off like real easy, and he like they send him off to anger management and the whole 9 yards. Then eventually Steve Carell ended up in real life leaving the show. So they write him off the show, and then they bring in different office managers. So there's one part where James Spader is running the office, and his name is something California. I can't remember, like David California or Johnny California or some shit like that. I can't remember what his fucking name is. My wife would murder me if she heard me talking about this. Robert California, that's it. Yep, Ed Helms. Yeah, and exactly, Steve. He's like Ed Helms plays Andy Bernard, who's like a preppy kid that went to Cornell, and everything's about how much smarter he is than everybody else because he went to Cornell, and like it is fucking hysterical. But it's one of those shows. It is. It probably is one of the top five shows of all time. I have never watched 30 Rock either. I mean, the wife says that one's pretty funny. She also says Modern Family's funny. I haven't watched that. But then the spin-off from The Office, well, not really a spin-off, it's just kind of same universe, is called Parks and Rec. And that show's pretty funny too. It's not as good as The Office, but it's pretty funny in its own right. I will tell you what, YouTube sucks tonight. I had to refresh the tablet because my chat froze. Yeah, well, that's just it. Like, who cares if you went to Cornell? But that's like the character is obsessed with it. They aren't in Gaza, though. Yeah. Well, you know, well, that's Gaza's pretty soon going to be starting to be called East Palestine, according to our friends at the UN. Get used to that one. I'm sure no bad, no bad can come about. Them recognizing it as East Palestine. Sure, that's going to go over well. I'm definitely not liking Bizarro's cape placement. Big Bang Theory, when it first started, I used to think that show was hysterical. And then it wore out its own welcome. You're right, Eugene. Them all getting girlfriends kind of ruined it. But yeah, it just like it was like eating the same thing constantly. That's pretty good at first, and then you have it for like a week straight. Like, oh, I love steak, and then you eat a steak every day, same steak cooked the same way, and it loses its flavor. Like you're just like, yeah, I'm tired of eating steak. Oh no, I don't watch Modern Family. I've yet to see it. Yeah, you can't stand the Big Bang. Yeah, the Big Bang Theory, like I said, when it first started, I liked the premise. Some of the jokes were okay. And then, because even Sheldon wasn't as introverted, like when it first started. He was kind of like just nervous around girls, right? Stuff like this. But he was talking about like going to yoga classes to pick up women with the guys and stuff. And then later on, they just made it where he was completely introverted and didn't understand anything about women and, little things like that. You were talking about your friend in Modern Family. Jesus. He actually did that? I never watched Two and a Half Men. Yeah, I never. I think I was always either working or chasing tail at that time. Definitely at the bar doing something like when that was on. I don't remember seeing that one. Big Bang Theory, that came out, and I'd catch it here and there. I didn't like it. Wasn't like must see TV for me or anything. But like I said, that's like The Office. The only reason why I started really watching it was because the wife and kids would make a reference to it, and I wouldn't get it, and then other people would get it, and I'd be like, "What the fuck? What am I not getting here?" It's like if somebody were to say to you like, "You know nothing, Jon Snow," and then you're like, "I don't get it. What's that about?" You kind of feel makes you feel kind of a certain way. You're like, "All right, now I got to find out what this shit means." Yeah, Charlie Sheen did go off the fucking rails at one point. I do remember that. You watched a lot of Anthony Bourdain. Yeah, another show that everybody used to rave about. I've never actually seen a full episode of. I've seen little snippets here or there, but was Survivor. I never watched Survivor when that was on. I don't even know if it's still on. Is it still on? I haven't had TV in years. Like everything I watch is always streaming, YouTube, whatever. I mean, like Mister, I know there's one show that he's watched recently that's really fucking good, and that's the new season of Dexter, like Dexter Resurrection. That show I swear by. Like they're definitely knocking it out of the park with that show. That's a revitalized show that I'm happy to see because it could have been total dog shit, and they're not screwing around. Yeah, Law and Order I never got into. I watched CSI a little bit here and there. CSI was a bit interesting at first. I do think it is funny though. Now that I'm thinking about it, that Mister has never seen The Office, yet he cuts jokes sometimes that are a lot like Michael Scott jokes. I definitely watched, and granted, I watched it way after the fact. I never watched it live, but I watched Hell's Kitchen and what was the other one? Restaurant Nightmares. Is that what it's called? Kitchen Nightmares. Like I've seen the British version of it and the American version for Kitchen Nightmares, and like we would be talking about that. Me and my buddy Guido, because Guido worked with me in the pub kitchen, and we're like, we always used to get pissed off at how much we had to clean the kitchen and but if we ever had a kitchen that had half the shit like like stocking chicken on top of this and not draining off the blood and The way they stored shit on that show and letting stuff go bad in the walk-in and everything, we're like, our boss would have literally killed us. Like he would have taken us out in the yard and just probably put one in the back of our heads. We're like, it made both of us just appreciate him so much for that. Like, fuck that, dude. Everything can be filthy. Your kitchen should be spotless. Yeah, I mean, then again, you know what? Up until I got married, I had never seen The Wire. I'm ashamed of that fact because Wire is got to be one of the top five shows of all time as well. Just so well sewn together, executed, and like I'm watching it, and I'm like, I actually know people that are like these people, and not just the cops. I know cops that are like the cops in that show, but I definitely knew the other side. And it was like, yo, that reminds me of this dude. That reminds me of this guy. Like, it was fucked up. I don't know who wrote. I think somebody told me that it was a former cop who wrote that show, and that would make sense. No, I'm not from the streets. I'm from the sticks. But I ran a store that was definitely right there on the edge of the hood, and then lived on the edge of the hood for a little while. But I'm definitely not from the streets. Like, I definitely embrace street life, but I'm not from the streets. I didn't grow up in that environment. I just had to survive in it for a little while. Big difference. You know, I'll never be like my one buddy Perez, who like grew up, having to hit the deck anytime a car backfired because he had PTSD from people doing drive-bys and shit. Now nobody nobody jammed gum in the locks, but it did get robbed a couple times. Yep. See, Sheree said it. Kitchen and bathroom all times. Yep. I mean, yeah, I can understand that, mister. Ramen noodles aren't that hard to cook, though. Yeah, I mean, I've hit the deck too a couple times. Myself, I've definitely hit the deck a couple times. You have Kamala's cookbook. Oh, shit. He's washing his greens in the tub. So the Kamala Harris appearance on Stephen Colbert. Did anybody see it? The entire thing was just like, yep, you're gonna have to read my book. You're gonna have to read my book to find out. You're gonna have to read my book. Read my book. Buy my book. Read my book. Yeah, it's definitely insane. Definitely insane. Yeah, there's There's stuff I definitely interacted with a lot of people that were unsavory. We'll say it that way. I won't say what I did or what I did for them, but yeah, just leave it at that. But I was always well respected. Yeah, if somebody runs up behind me real quick, my reflexes are my reflexes. I can't change them. I will just turn around and swing. That shit's real. That shit's definitely real. Like that's just it's the same reason why I always sleep with something next to my head, just in case. Because I got jumped one time while I was asleep. That was interesting to say the least. Always sleep with something next to your head. Yeah, well, that's it goes back to the self assessment of not wanting to be like realizing that I don't actually want to be around people in real life. Like it really kind of does. Like I said, fucking weird. Because one, you're talking to a bunch of strangers. Technically, I mean, granted, I've gotten to know all you guys one way or another, but at the same point in time, never met anybody face to face. And it's like I think I had all my adventures when I was young, and I'm good. Like I think I got that shit out of my system. Yeah, Eugene did drop a banger. Definitely worth checking out Eugene's stuff. Like I said, Eugene, keep them coming, man. I know it's music and it's rough. The good thing is, we know Eugene's music's legit because YouTube is banning anybody who puts up AI shit. So, Mister, where are you going next? Atlantis after that? Canada isn't even a real place. You're making things up again. Next thing you know, you'll be going to Smallville, Kansas. The fuck, Mister. Yeah, I mean, the right age for me was 36, so I don't know how true that is, but it definitely. I don't know if it's just. I don't, like I said, I think I just had all those adventures when I was younger, and not like, oh, I'm too old now and all that kind of stuff. I could probably still still do it here and there. I lost my taste for the lifestyle. Lost my taste to hang out and be social with people and be friendly and Mr. Nice Guy and no, like yes, what a very interesting life you lead. Kind of more like yeah, I don't give a shit anymore, dude. Yeah, I mean, but you need those like intermittence is good. Well, I don't know, Steve, because you said you hit it like real hard too at one point. Um, like you partied extra hard at a point in your life, right? And like sometimes you need to sober up when you're partying way too hard. Otherwise, you're just gonna go right down that spiral, and it's gonna be a crash landing when you hit. Like I definitely have friends that are no longer among the living because of shit like that. They hit the bottom of the spiral. Yeah, and I'm proud of you too, Steve. Like you've told us stuff about, yep, I was like this, I was like that. I'm proud of you too because that shit is not easy. Like it varies person to person. Some people can just stop. It's like smoking cigarettes. My sister can just she can pick up a cigarette tomorrow, smoke 3 packs like without stopping, and then put them down and never smoke again. Like I'm just like, how the fuck do you do that? She's like, I don't know, I just do. Like she would smoke socially, like, and then now she doesn't smoke it. Like legit, no, like, oh god, like fiending when she quits. Nothing, no withdrawal, no like addiction to it or anything else. Me, I want to. I think one of the funniest things I ever heard was when my buddy Guido quit smoking. He was like, he's like, I'm gritting my teeth, everything else, doing yard work for my dad. And we were like in our 20s at this point. He had gone over to his parents' house to help his dad out, like clean the yard and all this. And he's breaking leaves. And he's like, I'm gritting my teeth and everything. My dad sees me. He's like, what's the matter with you? And he's like, I quit smoking. And then his dad's like, is it difficult? He goes, man, I'll tell you now, if you told me to twist the head off a kitten for a cigarette, I'd do it. Like, yeah, see, I never got into the shooting snorting part of it. That's got to be real rough to kick. I never, it never appealed to me, like on any level. Um, and that's, you know what I mean? Like I said, Sheree's 100% correct. Like, that's something to be proud of. Being able to stop is not easy. Because I've definitely seen people try to kick that couldn't, wanted to kick really bad, but like Chris Rock says in New Jack City, that shit just be calling me, man. Like, just couldn't get past it. So it's a struggle that you're probably going to live with for the rest of your life. Just stay the course, brother. You're doing it, and yeah, we are proud of you. I'm proud of you for it because I'm sure you're a whole different person when you're fucked up. Like I know I am, and not a person that I like. That was from Black Sheep when Chris Farley was getting high with those kids. I don't remember that, but I know New Jack City. Chris Rock played Pookie or whatever, and he's talking about crack with the one cop, and he's like, I try to kick, man, but that shit be calling me, man. Like Chris Rock was actually fantastic as a crackhead, which I don't know if that's a compliment or up I'm insulting him, but his acting was amazing. But he played a very good crackhead. Good old Pookie. Scotty, they're gonna kill my ass. He's getting all fucked up and like stealing the crack. Holy shit, I guess they're gonna have like a 45-minute match or something. Cody Rhodes versus John Cena in a street fight, and it's still going. This shit's been going since I want to say it like 8:45. They started showing the vignettes. Fucking E-Rock. I was just talking about you beginning of the stream. By the way, shout out to Stranded Lifeform. I haven't seen her yet either. Hopefully everything's good with her. How was the vacation, brother? Yeah, good to see you, man. Like, hopefully you had fun on that vacation. Beans hasn't dropped in yet. I don't know if Smurf's working or not. I haven't seen him tonight either. Shout out to him. Uh-oh. Shit hit the fan. Never good. Just never, never good. Hopefully everybody's all right. Damn, getting in on this one arm is going to be a pain in my ass. It's so dark in there. I can barely see if the blue's thick or thin. They tariff Brazil 50%. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I that's true. I forgot about that. Yeah, because he hit every one of the BRICS nations kind of hard, including India. He hit India, China. Well, China, they're still working through on their deal. They have to be careful with that one because that one's a delicate balance because we rely too much on them. I think, my honest opinion, they're drawing out the China tariff to see how much of the infrastructure they can get committed and built here before they actually hit them with the hardcore tariff on it. But yeah, Brazil was definitely one that they tagged the shit out of. And then yeah, because I know he was talking about I think like 8 more days, 7 more days or something. We're going to get the we're going to get the Russia is going to get hit with those sanctions, and then the secondary sanctions is anybody that deals with them. Oh, the leader of Taiwan said China's about to move in on them. That's real not good. And part of the reason it's real not good is because of everything that just happened with Iran. I don't know if they moved the carrier group back to like the protection line of Taiwan. If they haven't, then honestly, Taiwan is kind of fucked because they moved everybody in position to protect Israel with the whole Iran thing going on. So now would be the perfect time because their defenses are lowered. China could take them out fast, not like a drawn out theater, kind of like what we got going on in Ukraine. But if China could hit Taiwan super quick, they can take it over, and that's going to shut down so much manufacturing and fuck the U.S. up badly. That's going to screw us up a lot. If we never sold it out in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Yeah, I mean, so, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're right. The whole thing was China. China actually gets. China's a weird one because the whole thing is they are pretty much like how we're a consumer market. China is a manufacturing market. And the Chinese people don't buy their own goods. Well, they do, but they don't need as much as they produce. Like all their money's made from producing goods for other nations. And because America is a consumer's market, we buy all their shit. So when everything first broke free, that was one of the big things that was fucking up China was, oh, well, we're just going to put tariffs on you and all this kind of stuff. And that's it screwed us up a little bit, but it screwed China up a lot. Like there was a concern that China could go bankrupt because of it. Because if they can produce as much as they want, but if nobody's buying your shit, I got 5,000 of these pet rocks and they're not selling. Well, you're in trouble. Is the fucking match over? I can't tell if the match is over or not. I got to rewind the stream. I think the match is over. Watch this for like 20 seconds. He's going for a crossroads. Bam, hit him with the crossroads. One, two, three. Cody Rhodes won the title. He pinned John Cena. He put him out and pinned him. No shit. This is live. Yeah. And new champion, Cody Rhodes. Cool. I have no idea what else happened on this pay per view, but yeah, that's the only one I saw the like outside of like CM Punk. God damn it! I usually watch the shit out of this stuff too. But yeah, Cody Rhodes is the champ again. See if John Cena gives him the belt all nice, or if he's a douche about it. Huh? John Cena gave him the belt, gave him a hug, and he whispered something in his ear, something like, "Yo, you better grease your butt up tonight, Cody, because I'm slipping deep." Cody Rhodes looks like he's about to cry, so I don't know what John Cena's saying to him. I'll have to watch it later when I'm not streaming. Let's go, Cena. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. You know, the original chant was "Let's go, Cena." CM Punk, right? That was back in the summer of Punk, like when they wrestled. Yeah, John Cena put the belt, gave it to him. I guess John Cena's telling him like, "Yeah, man, it's my retire," because John Cena is retiring real soon. Like this is last year of actually being an active wrestler. The pick in the upper right. That's what I look like on a daily basis, except with longer hair. E-Rock. And not that ripped. Just that stupid. Like, derp. I have this bad feeling that The Rock is going to come out and some shit's going to break free. There's got to be some kind of stinger on here. Yeah, Cena lost. Dude, yeah, Cena is funny as hell, and he's a good actor. He turns out John Cena is actually a good actor. What word life or whatever? Is that what song you're talking about, Steve? Yeah, John Cena's like out in the ring, like saying thank you to everybody. This is last SummerSlam. I'm shocked too because it's only 9:43. Like they're lingering on this shit way too long. Normally they show like produced by Paul Levesque and Lee Fitting, I think the guy's name is. Usually when it's all over. Oh, he just stopped for a second for some fucking reason. What do we got playing? Oh shit! It's fucking Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar just came out to the ring. Oh shit! It is. It is Brock Lesnar, and he looks angry and like they got him in a cowboy hat with a vest. Like Mister would want to date this guy. And he's got like a skullet. Like his hair's long in the back, but like basically shaved up top, like he's gone bald up top or something. That's this is an interesting thing right here. I figured it would be The Rock coming in and instead it's fucking Brock Lesnar. You liked him in Stepdad. Yeah, John Cena, he is good in Peacemaker. He's funny. He's funnier than you realize. Oh yeah, I Democrats are fleeing the redistricting in Texas. It makes sense. I mean, I'd run away too because yeah, Texas is I mean, where are they going to go? Back to California? But it's no shock. Yeah, I know what you meant with Mel Gibson and oh god, who are the leads in that movie? It's Mel Gibson is one of them, right? Daddy's Home. And he like one of the fathers, isn't it? Like John Lithgow, and I want to say Mel Gibson. They were like the dads in that movie. All right, so John Cena put on. Oh, actually, no, I'm wrong. Brock Lesnar isn't rocking a skullet. He's got like a top knot ponytail and then long hair in the back. And he just like he got in the ring. He F5 Cena, laid him out. Now he's going to hump him into submission. But Brock Lesnar is absolutely terrifyingly ripped. Like he is not, doesn't look like he lost a step. Yeah, Will Ferrell, there it is. Yeah, I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. The dim politicians are fleeing because of the Jesus fuck, if I could talk, redistricting, right? Because they don't have a shot. They don't have a shot at holding anything down. But where are they going to go? Back to California? That's the way SummerSlam ended. Brock Lesnar came out, stared down John Cena, got in the ring, grabbed John Cena, F5'd him, he got out of the ring and is walking off. Okay. Brock Lesnar definitely looks like he would do naughty things to a stripper. Dude, Linda Carter is sexy for life. You're not wrong. Yeah. Alexa Bliss and Charlotte won the titles last night. Yep. Brock Lesnar left John Cena lane. All right, I'm done with SummerSlam. I have to rewatch it when I'm not streaming so I can actually see what the hell happened. But Cody won the title. I'm surprised too. I figured The Rock was going to come out and interrupt it or whatever. Now, I guess that's going to be like the last hurrah is Cena versus Brock. Which I'm not going to lie is actually a bit surprising because Brock Lesnar was named in the Janelle Grant lawsuit. So I don't know. I don't even know if you guys remember that, know about that, give a shit about that. Oh, Linda Cardinelli. Yeah. Yeah. Linda Cardinelli is sexy as hell. She was sexy Velma in Scooby Doo. The WWE spinner belt. That's one actually for Gigs, Sir Gigs. He'd do good at 3D printing that with the PLA because you can get real big with it. But yeah, Brock Lesnar. So the whole thing was Vince McMahon accused of sexually abusing woman that he hired into the office and all this kind of stuff. But in the lawsuit, he it's alleged we're going to use that word because this is an ongoing lawsuit that there was a superstar. He got her to send dirty pictures to Vince McMahon, and Vince McMahon shared them with that wrestler as like a signing bonus. That wrestler was going to get to sleep with her. And Brock Lesnar was basically who everybody suspected, and then it came out she actually named Brock Lesnar in the lawsuit. And supposedly Brock Lesnar asked her for a very specific picture of her going to the bathroom, making number one. And she videoed it and then sent it to Brock Lesnar. And apparently Brock Lesnar's reply was bitch with like 3 exclamation points. Thank you, Sheree. Awesome. Oh shit, that's messed up, E-Rock. That's craziness. What's up, Beans? We mentioned you like 4 times already. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop it. That's just it. Them fleeing, right? So they're going to go to another state where they can get elected or have better electability. Is pretty much what I'm taking from that story. But I don't know. Like, I may not be able to get elected in Texas, but I'd be able to get elected in California. And that's what I'm saying. Are they all fleeing to California? Because it's an odd story to say the least. Thank you, Beans. I am feeling better. I'm feeling much better. The infection in my my jawline's pretty much, well, it's not my jawline, it's my lymph node. It's pretty much gone. I'm still going one ear on my headset for a little while just because I don't want to aggravate it. They should have just given you a shirt at that point, E Rock. It would have been much easier. Well, they're in office now, but remember, we're headed towards the midterms. So I don't know when their election comes up, but if they leave the state, I don't. Yeah, you're right, Steve. Now that you're saying it that way, I don't quite understand. I could see if they were like planning on running for election, but if they're currently holding office and they're fleeing the state, it doesn't make quite a bit of sense. There's got to be more to it than just that. Yep. Yeah. That's what he rocks. No. I had said something. I was like, if Beans is listening, because Mister was in here, and I said, he said something about the picture, right? And he's like, "What is that? Superman with AIDS or something?" And I was like, yeah, it's what they're gonna do to Henry Cavill in the next movie. And I was like, and if Beans is listening, she'll be hopping in any second now to chew me out for saying that. Something to that extent. It was something along those lines. And since you're in here now, I guess I the only person I got to really shout out besides Rebel is stranded because she's still not here. So she's probably got to work early in the morning. She's had like the past 3 days off. I think she said. E-Rock's like, no, it was Pitbull I was talking about. It wasn't Tupac. Beans is wearing bandanas and like throwing gang signs. That's craziness. Yeah. The other fun one I had for you guys. Since Beans is in here, we can get into it. I'm gonna pull out the old tinfoil hat. You can kind of see it. We'll pull out the old tinfoil hat, pop that sucker on, and tell you guys my crazy moon theory. So the moon is weird. Listening to jazz, was there a riot in your living room while you were listening to that jazz? Because I heard that's what happens at jazz concerts now. Oh wait, you're in Missouri, not Ohio. Yeah. There's a crazy moon theory for you. So I'm listening to the Y Files. Shout out to the Y Files. I put that shit on in the background when I'm playing games or cleaning the house, whatever. I usually have the Y Files running. Every now and again, I'll switch it up to Mr. Ball and shit like that. Get those interesting stories going. And he did one. It was like a whole compilation, but he's talking about like hollow moon theory and all this other shit. And he was explaining like the moon is definitely weird because you would think if a large object hit Earth and knocked the moon in, like people have said it's the mantle of the Earth or whatever, but it's got like I can't remember. It's like a quarter of the density that it should have if that were the case. So then they started testing the moon rocks that they were bringing back, and the elements. A lot of them are space elements like Neptunium, like weird space elements that don't exist on Earth. Like it came from somewhere else in the galaxy or a different part of the universe, even. Like it was like weird. And he's talking about hollow, like the moon. Some they made an impact and it rang like a bell, stuff like this. And I was thinking to myself, self, because old legends have it that the moon was really like an alien space station, shit like this. So, like I said, some serious woo woo. But what if our moon wasn't there? We know it affects the climate on the planet and everything else. What if it wasn't there? What if that's how human DNA, as we know it, actually came to Earth? What if, just like in the the Bible, the stories in the Bible of the Ark, what if the moon was the Ark for humans to come to Earth? Yep, exactly. And honestly, some of that's actually technically correct. What you just said, Beans. It's weird. Like the moon is a very, very strange place. But what if the shit was like, now granted it's covered in dust and all that because it's been sitting up there and pounded with asteroids and everything. Obviously, that's where we get all the craters from. But what if that shit was just an arc from a different planet and that's how our human DNA got here? Like it's actually the delivery system that brought us here. Because without the moon, the earth would be a much different place. Like the environment would be way, way different. Hey, Beans like I came for the cool segment. Steve's like interesting. Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. Like I started thinking about it and I'm like, they're talking about like the Anunnaki, all this kind of stuff. I don't know about all that woo woo, right? But I was like, what if like that was the inner because you, looking at it this way, you park your satellite. If we wanted to see the planet, the best way to do it would be to establish kind of like a space station above said planets and keep it just out of orbit of that planet, but still trapped in its gravity where it could pull around the planet. Like it doesn't rotate on its own axis. Like every other moon rotates on its own axis. Our moon doesn't. It always stays stationary and moves with the planet. It's going around it, but it's not spinning too. Like it's not keeping its own rotation. Like it's weird. But if you park the space station, then you could just rain down like, okay, well, this spaceship's coming in now. We're going to offload supplies here and then you take it from here down to the planet. What if the moon was originally like that but a DNA deliverer? Like, yeah, I mean that could be reflection too. Beans. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to knock anybody's woo woo theory because, like I said, it's a woo woo theory, so it's nutty. But I figured it would be fun. You know what I mean? Like, you guys got like counter arguments or anything like this against it, and like, yeah, that's stupid, and this is why. Or do we not know enough about the subject as a collective to actually like combat it with scientific? Because like, and in a way, I kind of wish Mister was here for this segment because he'd be like, well, the moon when it was originally formed was made out of Famunda cheese, and it was established in 1866. Back in those days, they didn't have this technology to do this. Like Mister's usually real good with them science facts. Like that is all I'm saying. Right, and that's just it. Look at all the fucking lore around the moon. It's the old cultish shit. They all have like something with the moon where it's always related to not so much aliens, but like a goddess. Sorry, guys, grabbing the pack of smokes. But yeah, thinking about it, it's definitely odd because there was certain stuff that I was like, okay, I can counter this with that. And then as he's telling the stories about different stuff with the moon or different facts with it, he was like, I even looked for counters for this and couldn't find a counter for this or that or the other thing. And it screwed me up. And then I was like, maybe the myths aren't completely true, but you think about it, if something's related to a goddess, it usually involves things like, not being sexist here, but stuff involving women. So birth, you know, stuff like that. Feminine things that guys can't do unless they're on a women's swim team. Then apparently they can do that, but as far as I can tell, outside of being on a women's swim or track team, guys can't like give birth. Mm. Who remembers Night of the Comet? Yeah, that was a fun one. David Ick, the name's familiar. Is that the one where he said he sat down and had a conversation with the reptilian, with a female reptilian that said she lives in like center Earth and shit? See, like Antichrist shit. I don't know if I buy all that. I don't know if I buy the Antichrist stuff. Too many people think that they're the Antichrist and all this kind of shit. Like this person was the Antichrist. This person was the Anti. I don't know. But yeah, a lot of the stuff like it would make sense if you think about it. Well, shit, if the moon moved here, I'd have to look. If we look at old Egyptian shit, did they have stuff lined up with the moon, for example? Right, dating back in history, do the Egyptians have a moon god? Same thing for the Greeks. Same thing for. I'd have to search all this. I'm not prepared, but guaranteed because we know they had a sun god. We know I can tell you Ra offhand. Um, we'd also have to look through Chinese records, like they're farthest back for a god of the moon or a goddess of the moon, which I think is Sukiyami for some reason. Yeah, I'm not buying the whole 666 thing as being a mark of the beast or that kind of stuff. I can't. I'm sorry. Like that would be. I want you to think about this. You're reborn, or you're born the Antichrist, and you'd have a 666 on your body. That would kind of be a dead giveaway, wouldn't it? Like, wouldn't that be like, hey, look at me. Yeah, time to kill that baby immediately, kind of deal. I think I used this. Hansu is the Egyptian god of the moon. Okay, so we can go before Egyptian. So what's before Egyptian? Sumerian? You said something men are unable to do. Yeah, I agree, and I'm sure YouTube probably did censor that comment. Yeah, people do go crazy during a full moon. That's why they're called lunatics. That's yeah, that's what that was about. They affected the lunar cycle on them. The lunatics. Well, I mean, the moon also has effects on our tides. Yeah, well, I mean, the moon's not a sun, like, or a star. It's a moon. Everything kind of reflects light from a star in the solar system. Actually, in the entire universe, everything reflects some kind of light from either whatever their closest star is, their source of light. Yeah, I mean, well, there's something with the gravitational pull of the moon in conjunction to Earth. That's what causes tides, right? That's why. Remember when I was well, maybe you do or maybe you don't, but when I was reviewing Fantastic Four, I was like, that's why Reed Richards is the dumbest genius I've ever heard of, because he's like, yeah, we're going to teleport the entire Earth, but he's not going to teleport the moon with the Earth, and it would throw off the entire environment, even if he was able to move the Earth. In zero G gravity, you're going to see the outline of the rock. You got to remember, how do you spot an asteroid or meteorites or anything else that aren't in our atmosphere and are in outer space? It's the sun's light reflecting off them. That's what you're detecting. That's part of the danger. That's why you can get a sneaky asteroid here or there where it's like, oh shit, how did we not notice this thing? Oh, because there was no light hitting it. It wasn't close enough to a light source. Like you're not sending out sonar beams into outer space. They wouldn't travel. They wouldn't travel correctly to detect far away objects. You have to detect them with a telescope. Fair beans, fair. But this is what I'm saying. Like with woo woo theories can be fun. Let's get those woo woo theories that we can, like, like if we can debunk it, let's debunk it. Well, gravity has been proven too. It's just not scientific. There's not a scientific equation for it yet. That's all. Like you throw something up in the air, it comes back down to Earth. That's gravity. That's basically the easiest, simplest definition of gravity. Um, but there's no mathematical equation that lets you produce gravity or explain how gravity exactly works. A lot of the theorem behind gravity is about mass and rotation. So, like, the reason why Mars's gravity is less than Earth's is because it's either A, spinning slower, or the mass is smaller, whichever. But debunk what we can debunk and go with, you know what I mean? What we can't debunk is the fun part. Because I can't debunk it. Like, I can't, watching everything I watched, I was like, okay, I should be able to debunk that the moon is hollow. And then I'm finding shit like, well, yeah, they dropped a lunar lander on it a little too hard and it rang like a bell. Like, well, that sounds kind of fucking hollow to me. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's the um that's the theory that reality is only shaped by the mind or whatever, right? Smash that like button, by the way, guys, if you haven't already. You try to debunk stationary Earth still working on it. Fair enough. Right. Yeah, like we're all basically neurons firing and firing off in God's mind or whatever. See, that's the thing. That's one of those things that makes sense to me that there's a pantheon of gods, not just one. Like there's not just one ultimate being that controls everything, that it's actually a group of them. So like one focuses on this aspect, one focuses on that aspect. Like they're basically like outsourcing the job, so to speak. So like, all right, you work on those animal things. I'll work on the human things. You work on stars. I'll work on space. Um, hey, how's your petri dish doing? How are those humans growing? Are they growing well, or like maybe it's a pantheon? But yeah, the moon is definitely like the more it sucks because I'd like to nail out woo woo and just be like, oh yeah, talk about this bullshit. Like I said, um, shout out to Duke who pointed out the whole portal thing with the one guy, and I was like, oh yeah, that one I can debunk pretty goddamn easy, right? Just because of the thermal scope and no exhaust, right there debunks it for me. It's all done with basically VR on After Effects, and this is how you would achieve it. Like, there's a way that you could make this video very, very easily and pull it out. The problem with the moon is that all the scientific evidence that I can find, shit doesn't make sense. Just makes literally no sense. I mean, yeah, beans that could make sense. Like if you look at it like the soul is an electrical charge, that could make sense. If if God is really electrical, just like electrical impulses, it could make sense. I don't think if God lived inside of me, he's got lung cancer. I'm just gonna say that now. Just throw that out there. Yeah, he's got lung cancer. Then I'll tell you that much. He's the one who's been sucking down all them smokes all these years. It hadn't been me. I mean, that goes to the theory we're all stardust too. Makes sense. Sounds pretty. Yeah, woo woo theories. Like, so much fun. They're fun to discuss. But like I said, debunk what we can debunk and get to the ones we can't because it just fucks you up. Like, why can't I debunk this? Like, science should have figured this out by now. Doll click. I don't know who the hell doll click is. I'm still waiting because didn't you tell me like Billy Carson's wife's leaving him or something like that, Steve? I want her to leave him and then tell us how he's actually grifting because you know she's going to sell him the fuck out first chance she gets. She wants that grift money. And she definitely had made videos with him talking about different sciencey shit that was not true. Was legitimately just grifting. Let's see how we're looking. Still got to do the one shoulder. He's starting to come together. Yeah, well, I mean, science should always be evolving. Like, if we think we understand everything, then hold somebody's beer because somebody researching it is going to come up with something new. You're not wrong. It should always be evolving. As our knowledge and technical wherewithal evolve, so should science. You know, it like you go back to the 1800s and tell them, hey, I'm going to be able to talk to anybody on this crazy thing called the internet through a microphone. They're going to be able to see me on a camera and they're going to pull the signal basically out of the air. They'd look at you like you got six heads. Like, that's some wizardry. Fucking, you're a witch. You need to be burned at the stake. What kind of insanity is this? But like where we're at with science now, it's like, oh yeah, that's commonplace. Actually, tell you the truth, that's one of my. As much as I honestly didn't like the movie, but the first Thor movie, he's like, we, you know, you call it magic, we call it science. Like the stuff that it's science that you guys haven't discovered yet. That's what you're calling magic. May seem like magic to you, the Bifrost and everything, but it's actually science to us. I always like that line. It's like, yeah, that actually makes sense. Yeah, I understand that one, Beans. That's the shit part, and I'm trying not to ABL you. Like, hey, tell me some woo woo theories, and then you start saying them, and it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna brush over those. Like, I'm not trying to do that to you. I'm sorry. So, the whole thing, seven is. always been. Look at like Dante's Inferno, for example. There's seven planes of hell, seven planes of heaven. Well, seven planes of paradiso, seven planes of hell. Everything. So seven is like a celestial number, right? So it would make sense. Seven comes up a lot. Well, yeah. I mean, the whole thing is when you're doing woo woo stuff, people should be talking a bunch of shit to you. But I mean, only if you're like dead serious about what you're saying, right? Like you can say, well, Hollow Earth, goddamn, Hollow Earth theory, for example, right? Like there, I mean, is it possible? It's possible. Is it probable? Down to a certain depth, yes, but not entirely. Like there's definitely probably hollow pockets in the Earth, but I can't see like all the way down to the Earth's core. There's a whole new world in there. You know what I mean? The new Islamic Empire. I mean, that's the thing about religions. Religions are rough because it takes faith to generate a religion. And anytime you're running off faith, you don't always need facts for faith. That's why it's faith. Yeah, you're not wrong. I think the deepest drilling ever is I think it's like 8 miles, and it was done in Russia. What's going on, Rogue Leaf? Welcome to the party, pal. Smash that like button. Say hi. What's going on, sir? Jesus Christ, Steve. It was just the first live stream you saw pop up on YouTube. You just went in and went after somebody. Yeah, yeah, I can understand that. As unfortunate it is, I can understand that knee jerk reaction. Yeah, some of the shit I've talked in different live streams myself. Trust me, I get it. That's why I don't get all bent out of shape when if somebody comes in here and says some weird shit or starts going off or whatever. I don't boot them and ban them and everything because I'm like, yeah, I've definitely jumped in the live streams, just talked some shit and ran. And it's only funny if the person who is live streaming gets all upset about it. Like, oh, we got trolls in the chat. Like, yeah, we got some fucking trolls in the chat. Let's see if you're funny. And if you're not funny, then I'm going to make fun of you for not being funny. Well, maybe it did. I'm guessing that the Greeks didn't like the jihadists. I'm just going to take a wild guess here. So if you wanted to say anybody was the devil, it would definitely be your enemy. So I mean, it's unfortunate, but that could also be the case. And maybe you've just pointed out something that history is overlooking. No lie, that could be the origin of 666 being the sign of the Antichrist. Because if they viewed him as evil and not going along with their religion and all that, and they labeled them as the devil, then going forward, because we already so the Bible's interesting, the Old Testament anyway, because some of the stuff I've been reading and then cross referencing, there are stories in other Bibles that cross over. It's weird. So that may be that it just got translated over to the actual Bible. The Jimmies have remained unrustled. Nice. Yeah, I mean, dude, on my first stream, you could have said whatever the hell, and I'd been like, "Yeah, you're probably right. This sucks. Camera's not good. The lighting's not right. I'm talking just trying to talk, and it's coming out in a jumble, like whole 9 yards." And I wouldn't have gotten frustrated. I would just agreed with the person probably. But then again, we're also in a time where live streaming is pretty much live streaming. Like everybody kind of does one. Right, but maybe John didn't know about it in the Old Testament. Maybe it's because it was a story that was taken from a different story and brought in. That's what I'm saying. Is it some parts of the Bible to me, the way I'm reading it and interpreting things and then looking them up are amalgamations of stories from the Norse. In some cases, like I'm seeing similarities. So if you adapted somebody else's stories into your shit, something might go in there that the person in question would have no knowledge of. Okay, that's fine. But again, if it's an amalgamation from something else, somebody adapted somebody else's story and included it in their shit, certain things are going to come over. So you may be right. You may be 100% correct. But again, it could be like the character has no knowledge of it in the story, but that's because it's from somebody else's story. Jesus Christ, imagine having Keemstar as your boss. Imagine having Tim Pool as your boss. Like, he'd tell you something and be like, yo, bro, didn't you used to fuck the producer? Like, shut up. So the numbers brought up in the Old Testament concerning the wealth of a certain person? Which person? Tim Pool, well, no, it's not even that he pays his people well. They all live on the compound with him. Like there's a point in time where when the IRL show was taking off, he even said that on air one time. They're going to have to relocate to West Virginia. I don't want you telecommuting, blah 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 blah. So he's obviously because he has properties. He's putting people up. So now you're working on his show, but you're living in a house paid for by him. So if your room and board's covered in it, you know what I mean? You're going to kind of have to kiss his ass or the landlord will boot you out when he fires you. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying because what's his name? When Adam Kriegler did a whole breakdown on Tim Pool, like when he finally broke his silence and just was like, I'm putting this shit to bed and behind me after a year of being off that show, he even came out and had said something about it. He said like the things I've seen there, everything else, I can't tell you guys because I'll be hurting people and violating their privacy. But the rumor was that like most of the people there, it was basically like orgies and stuff. That was the rumor. Now, it's alleged. I'm not saying that's what happened, but supposedly that's what happened. Nice, Eugene. Good shit. Good fact check, Eugene. You do a search on like the online Bible shit. Oh, Steve, you never heard that? Yeah, apparently Adam Krigler he lived outside the Beanie compound in a little mother-in-law suite kind of deal. Like, I highly recommend watching Adam Krigler. Like, if you want to know shit about Tim Pool like that, watch. It's one of he did a live stream, and I want to say it's called The Truth, about like what happened with Tim Pool or some shit like this. And I'm gonna say it was around Christmas time, maybe a year or two ago, because Tim Pool actually responded to it. It was like New Year's Eve, Christmas, like right around that time. And he like full on was like, I'm thankful me and my wife had like the in-law suite. Like, he inferred it when he was talking about it. He didn't come out and say it, but he definitely implied that all kinds of freaky shit was going on in that place. He's like, I can't tell you about different things that have happened with different people and all this stuff because, people, it would ruin careers or lives or marriages, stuff like this. But yeah, supposedly they were all smashing. Am I making? Yes, it's an autistic Superman. It's based on Henry Cavill. No, it's Bizarro, dude. It's Bizarro. It's a clone of Superman, and as the clone degrades, his brain degrades with it, and that's why he's gray. His suit's different color, everything else. It's Bizarro Superman. Yeah, I know. I know. Tim fired his sister too. Him and his brother have an off and again, on again relationship. Like, he fired him and hired him back, fired him and hired him back. But yeah, you don't remember Bizarro looking this messed up? That's the top right picture is from Superman the animated series. Yeah, that's it, and that's ripped right from one the Bizarro episode of it. Yeah, like Super Friends Bizarro came from Bizarro World. He wasn't a clone of Superman, so he was like everything on him was square and angular, including his planet. Yeah, well, that's just it. If you look at the S on him on this Bizarro, as soon as it comes into focus. Jesus, if it comes into focus, let me do this. The S is backwards. I should honestly go grab comics. Matter of fact, give me a minute, guys. go grab some coffee while I'm at it. Worshipping doesn't only happen in religion. So yeah, here's Bizarro number 1, but Bizarro number 2. Well, the way they did Bat Zorro number 3, but he's always drawn kind of I didn't grab number 4. Yeah, he's always drawn kind of special. Let's see. We'll go into Bizarro number 1. Oh, so this must have been out in 2015. But yeah, just looking at some of the stuff, the way they do them in the comics, it's always kind of like a Frankenstein's monster. Like when he talks, Bolin, Bure, Gollin, worstest friend Jimmy, am unalive. Yeah, you remember Justice or not Justice League. You remember Super Friends, probably, where he was square and angular. Yeah, but Bizarro, he's always done like he's like a Frankenstein's monster. But they did a comic, a whole run, where it followed Bizarro basically traveling around with Jimmy Olsen. It was kind of funny. You shouldn't get so upset if you're fundamentally like think you're in the right, then argue your point. That's all. Oh, that's the problem. You like that's why I throw theories out there. I want people to challenge them. Give me your challenge because I don't know. I legit don't know. Oh, okay, good. That's all that really matters. As long as you're not actually upset. Got to remember text. You can't hear inflections in voice, read facial expressions, any of that shit. So I can tell you this much. I don't know how people wear these tinfoil hats for so long. They make your head sweaty. Oh no, that paint gooped when it went on. And smeared. Certain weird words that sound funny. Smeared, moist. Z-Borrow? No, I don't. No, but I do have an actual statue my wife got me. I want to say for one of my birthdays, and it's Bizarro Batman, and it is probably one of the creepiest things I've ever fucking seen. Like, and that shit was it wasn't a cheap statue either. It was like a $75-$80 statue. And the worst part is it's black and white, and I'm like, damn, I could 3D print that thing now, probably, allegedly. I think I gotta use the word allegedly. I don't even know if anybody's ever produced one, but it's super rare. You rarely see that. It's just like how they have Batmite. He's pretty rare too. Finding shit with him on it. Because he's like, either you like him or you're like, Jesus Christ, this thing's stupid. He's a lot like Mixelplix, Mr. Mixelplix, where he's like a space imp, but he's Batman's like number one fan. Rebel. He's another Gam, easy with that package. Nice, nicey rock. That's kind of cool. It comes with Lego and Mario World. That's neat. Should have packed Tetris in with it because that's what the original Game Boy had packed in. I remember getting my Game Boy and just playing Tetris for hours on it. What's going on, Rebel? How's the roving reporter? Anything good going on in the world? I mean, SummerSlam's already over, which is crazy, but Brock Lesnar returned. That was about it. Cody Rhodes won his belt back, and Brock Lesnar returned. Damn, getting to that little cup around the back end of this cape is going to be a pain. Dude, that's awesome, Rebel. Sounds like that was a lot of fun. Sounds like that would be a ton of fun. I don't want to go completely blood red with this. Let's try this. See how this red sits. Fortunately, I'm going to have to paint the yellow before I do the S. This might be too red. Yeah, that's too red. I'm going to have to go darker. Careful around the package. Easy, buddy. Easy with that package. Yeah, that's way too red. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of tributes to Ozzy. There should be a lot of tributes to Ozzy anyway. Not every day a legend goes. Hey, you can. Good night, but you can chime in. I mean, you don't like Ozzy Osbourne? Um, do not say Randy Rhodes. When it comes to Ozzy, No More Tears. I always like that song. I mean, are we talking? Are we including Black Sabbath, or are we just talking pure Ozzy on his own? I have to say No More Tears. I always like the bass groove in that song. Dun 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 dun. I mean, Bark at the Moon's always classic too. I got good and bad memories with Crazy Train. That's Randy Rhoads playing guitar on that one. I mean, if we're throwing Black Sabbath in there, War Pigs probably. It's got to be War Pigs for me. Just having the you know generals gathered in their masses. Like as soon as that hits, you're just like, oh yeah, I'm in for it. Yeah, that's a lot of good tracks right there. Yeah, No More Tears. As far as like his duet with Lita Ford, that song always reminds me of my wife. Like, will always remind me of my wife. Close your eyes forever. I remember that shit playing when I kissed her in eighth grade. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could definitely see that. Lizzie Hale being the new Lita Ford. Like, I mean, shit, when I look back, I think of women in rock and roll. Nobody really beats Joan Jett. Lita Ford had a style all her own. Kiss Me Deadly was definitely a banger. Went to a party last Saturday night. Didn't get laid. Got in a fight. Uh huh. Ain't no big thing. You know who I keep waiting waiting to hear that he died, and it's this son of a bitch. He's still going. Like out of everybody, like okay, Eddie Van Halen's dead, but David Lee Roth is still kicking around. Now he kind of looks like he should have died a while ago, but he's still kicking around out there. And I keep waiting to hear like, oh yeah, David Lee Roth died yesterday. You know, that's one of those like anomalies to me. Is David Lee Roth is still alive, but Eddie Van Halen's dead. Oh, I don't doubt that. Yeah, when it comes to like guitar stuff, the people I always wanted to see live that I never got a chance to, Joe Satriani and Steve Vai. I would love to have seen Joe Satriani. God, I can't remember the name of the album. The album that has Summer Song on it, Tears in the Rain. He's no dime bag Daryl. Ingve Malmsteen, really? That must have been. That had to be a hell of a show. Did he play like? Did Steve Vai play the audience's listening? Yeah, Satriani though, it just. I mean, granted, isn't Satriani Vai's teacher? Is like similar style. Um, here's a band for you guys. Have you guys ever heard Polyphia? A kid can play. Like he's really good. Plays with like polyester strings. Shit is badass. And like, I'm not gonna lie, shout out to my buddy Brett, my buddy Sammy, and my buddy Todd, because the three of them were the ones that put me on the Satriani and all that. They were three brothers. The one brother, he got his master's degree in jazz fusion guitar, or fission guitar, or fusion guitar. I can't remember. I think it's fusion. From and then his the middle brother Todd, he was the drummer, and then the youngest brother was the bassist. Like they all went to the Philadelphia Academy of Arts and got master's degrees in their different instruments. Have you seen this guy? What guy? Is it like the Babe? Ooh, I gotta get in there. Shit, I didn't even realize it. Where's that fucking heavy purple? Good God. I'm like, I can't even see to paint it. See, can I see on the camera? I can't even see on the camera. God damn. That cape. Like there's a whole part of it behind his arm that's sticking out that I can actually hit with paint and you can see. But you can't see it unless you're looking dead on at that shit. I missed it. I'd have been pissed later. Like this little part coming off right here is still technically, that's black. Fuck. God damn it, Bizarro. Bizarre. Okay. I almost need like an angled brush to get to this shit. The way his arm's positioned. I don't even know if you guys can see back there. Let me see. You see where I just hit with paint? Yeah, now you can see it. Pain in the ass. Never even heard of him. Never heard of that guy before. Make sure y'all smashing that like button. Help a poor white boy out. Yeah, I'm actually shocked though right now. You know, beyond music, everything else, I don't have more news to talk about. Everything seems to be in like kind of a holding pattern for some reason. I figured something crazy would be going on right now. Yeah, it's like it's been quiet. Either that or else I honestly haven't been paying much attention to news. Could be that too. See something. I want to see what he looks like on the base right now. Lonnie Anderson died? When? Baby, did you ever wonder whatever became of her? She was living on the air in Cincinnati, Cincinnati, WKRP. Yeah, I did know that. Yeah, I had heard that. Like, originally, Eddie Van Halen started with the drums and his brother started with guitar or something like that, and they switched too. I know that was another fun fact when it came to Van Halen. No, Rebel, I've never heard of that band. That's one that I've not heard of. Fucking Lonnie Anderson. Dang, Sheree, all kinds of bad stuff's happened when it comes to like, different stuff that comes out of Cincinnati. People from WKRP dying, like brawls in the street. What's going on up there? You guys all right? Rumor has it there was cats and dogs caught sleeping together too. Like, what's up with that? Yeah, that does suck though. Lonnie Anderson was pretty damn awesome. Eddie Van Halen and his brown sound. They eat him up the road. Oh shit! What is it like? There's like a little Haitian spot there. Aren't they like deporting all the Haitians or something? Oh man, 2 days before making it to 80. Yeah, shout out to my mom. Today was her birthday. I tried calling her, she didn't answer. She hates her birthday. But love you, Ma, and happy birthday. You're fine, Sheree. Drive safe. No texting and driving. All right, let's see what you look like on your little pedestal here, there. Bizarro. 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 All right, I want to click you in. Man, why does that feel so tight back there? It's not bad. It's a pretty good fit. So good old Bizarro is gonna fit on the stand like that. And then he has. I gotta see how these things go in. I think this one goes over here. He has these kryptonite crystals. Kind of snap into place. Oof, I'm gonna have to be careful with this. Looks like he's got to tilt up and then down to get them into place. That's an interesting crystal placement right there, guys. Let's see. Take you off real quick, Bizarro. Let's see how these crystals fit. And there's a little tiny side piece crystal that goes like here somehow. Shit. Might have to glue the crystals in before I pop him in, huh? Let's see. So the crystals go in place like that. Might actually have to fix them to the model first. Let's see. So if I glue these in first, like that. Tight fit. Tight fit on this back leg. I'm gonna have to fuck with it. Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it definitely be like that. I gotta do the S here too. All right. We need yellows. Where's my little? Give me here's Kamala Harris yellow, aka school bus yellow. Shit, Bob. I'm sorry to hear it, brother, but you know, let's take your mind off of it with some silliness and craziness. What was your favorite Ozzy song, Bob? You've been here for 3 hours. Holy shit, bud. Why didn't you chime in? A Russian quake erupted, Eugene? Wow. Well, I mean, a Russian volcano erupted after an earthquake. That's it. They used a word on the streets coming directly from my sources in the Trump administration. They used an earthquake gun and they're triggering volcanoes over in Russia. This is going to definitely decimate part of the area and possibly throw off their nukes. This is what Trump's using. He's using an earthquake gun. It was developed underground. It was developed in the same factory where they turn frogs gay using chemicals in the water. You're fine, Bob. If you don't feel like chatting, don't feel like talking, don't feel like sharing, just want to kick back and relax, by all means, brother, enjoy the show. Yep, E-Rock's got you right there. Yep, you're not alone when you're here. Come here and take a load off. Enjoy yourself. Have fun. Relax. Like I said, you don't feel like chatting, that's cool too. We understand, we respect it. I'm doing this as sloppy as fuck as I possibly can because I can go right over this yellow with this red. It's not going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem if I get the red in with the yellow. Fortunately for me, because I did that Joker the other day, I know exactly how to nail the eyes out with the weird yellow color. Let that dry, hit it with another coat. I don't have a good, well, my mom's, she's got, uh, she's got basically terminal lung cancer. Never smoked a day in her life either. Matter of fact, very anti-smoking. It developed lung cancer, and she's getting towards the end. And I've never had a seriously good relationship with her, but she's on her redemption arc, on her way out. So I'm enjoying it. I can forgive my parents for not being good parents because, yeah, it turned out all right, I guess. I made it through, and I realized, adults, when you're a kid, you think they're flawless. When you're an adult, you know better. Nobody's flawless. So I forgive her. Dude, I just read that, Eugene. Um, so yeah, outside Bohemian Grove, I heard them discussing they're going to send the Decepticons over to Russia. Soundwave's going to deploy Rumble, and he's going to cause earthquakes and volcanoes over there to really disrupt things for American fighters to come through. That's what I heard. That's the rumor mill. You know, Mother, tell your children not to walk my way. Mother, I'll show you my package, Mother. And if you want to find hell with me. Yeah, that's a rough one, brother. If you became financially successful, did you like magically appear and like, hey, my son, you know I've always loved you, like that kind of shit, that kind of evil shit. I'm definitely gonna have to go down a brush size too. Yeah, dude, that fucking sucks. That absolutely sucks. Like I said, as an adult, I can forgive. I can look back and forgive. Not everybody can. Like some parents, my parents didn't do something so maliciously evil to me where I can't forgive them. You know what I mean? But I do know people that their parents did something so maliciously evil that they can't ever forgive it. And I can't blame them. I definitely don't hold anybody to the standard of, oh, well, it's your mom and you should know. I know mothers that have done shit to their children that so heinous that it's like, yeah, I wouldn't forgive mine either if she did some shit like that to me. Mine I can forgive because she's an idiot. She didn't even know what she was doing in most cases. I can forgive her trespasses. As, not like she's asked for my forgiveness or anything, but it's there. It's there. Oh shit! Shit's sticky to me. It's holy shit. Are we in a chat room of people whose mothers like treated them away? My mother was great. You're the outsider. You're an outcast, man. I don't know if I like this yellow on here. I may switch up his belt to a gold because I'm not liking the way the yellow sits. First, I was going to go with the. Well, no, I got to keep them kind of Superman colors. Steve, she supports your brother because he's on the woke right. Fucking woke right. Like, yeah, those are the words for 2025 that have entered the lexicon, right? I said them a while ago. Woke right would be one. The other one was black fatigue. What's the haps on the crafts when it comes to X there, guys? Any good fights going on? Any good arguments? Any good spicy stuff? Nothing productive. Laura Loomer. I can't stand Laura Loomer. I don't care if she's right 1,000% of the time. I hate that chick. I don't even know why I hate that chick. I just there's something about her that annoys the balls off me. Like there's just something to her that really annoys me. And I don't know what it is. Like I may have seen her like a handful of times. And every time I do, I'm just like, yeah, I really regret that I'm watching something with you, like being interviewed or whatever. She just like, she annoys the hell out of me. I don't even know how she got famous, where she came from, none of it. You got to type in smaller bites. That's the only thing I can tell you, Eugene. You got to type in smaller bites. Because remember, I don't have a timeout on the chat. So you can type something like one sentence and then just put CONT at the end of it. So continued. And then do the next sentence, whatever. Like if I had like a 30-second cooldown between texts, that would be a different story. But you can do it like real gentle. That's one of those things I hate about like AVL's chats. Like you got to be a member in order to continuously chat. Like suck my ass, sir. Yeah, seriously. You should definitely at least at least get your shirt. Yeah, I don't even know like how did Laura Loomer come to prominence or fame or where she was a hardcore right wing influencer, like where people listen to her. I get how Candace did. Candace always puts up a pretty goddamn, even if you don't agree with it, she puts up a good argument. And she's not hard on the eyes. But Laura Loomer, like, she's not, there's nothing about that girl that's like either A, attractive or comes out of her mouth that strikes me as very intelligent either. She just sounds like your typical, well, for lack of a better word, bitch. Like when she speaks, she just sounds like a bitch. Shut up. She Laura Loomer strikes me as the type of person that would date Tim Pool. Candace Owens is getting a shit suit out of her by the first man or lady or whatever it is of France for saying that she's a dude. And I don't know if she is a dude or if she isn't. That's still, I'm waiting for a genetics test that says, look, I got XX chromosomes. That's all I want to see. That's it. Put a bullet right in that werewolf and call it a day. But no, you're a man. No, I'm not. Prove it. Well, I don't have to. Like, at that point, like, it's simple to prove. Like, you can't just pull down your shorts and show us your hoo ha, because that can be done in surgery now. So, just a simple genetics test. You got XX chromosomes. You're clearly a woman. Candace Owens is clearly wrong. Cough up that loot. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they're phony women on the right. You know, Eh, I don't know. The problem is, right? Like the trend is because woke is dying slash dead, and I'm seeing a whole bunch of people like it is like South Park with PC principle all of a sudden pro Christian principle and shit, like or positive Christian principle instead of politically correct principle. I'm seeing shit like that. I'm seeing people that were 110% like bought in on shit flipping, and it's actually unsettling. Yeah, it's either a dude or a chick with a ton of T, with a ton of testosterone. You're not wrong. Reminds you of Clerks too. Yeah, but he also sued. So isn't that the same attorney who tried to sue the people that originally reported that shit, and he lost the defamation suit? Yeah, shit definitely bothers me though. Watching people flip flop because, and that's just it. When they flip flop that hard, either they had a come to Jesus moment, right? For real, or they're just grifting off of whatever's trendy and popular to say. and that makes everything that much worse. And it's like, well, if this got popularity, eventually it's going to be like bubblegum. It's going to lose its flavor, and you're going to flip the other way again. Oh shit, E-Rock. Yeah, that's right. That is 100% right. That was Clerks too. He's a U.S. attorney, so he's a different. Well, and defamation in America is a lot different than European defamation too. Apparently, I mean, I will tell you now. One of the things that Candace has working against her is Donald Trump calling her and saying, "Hey, stop saying this," and she kept saying it, and then exposed the fact that Donald Trump asked her to stop saying it. Honestly, by her doing that, she kind of covered Donald Trump's ass. I'm not going to lie. Because if Macron was pissed off in any way at Trump, he can't be after that admission. Like, oh, so Donald did talk to you and try and stop you from talking shit on my wife. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Okay, that's great. You're technically quote unquote exposing a pedophile or whatever at that point. I mean, either way, that age gap and when she met him and all that stuff, still a pedophile, right? So that ain't going to change. But what the fuck do you care if it is a dude? What does that matter to you? Like, oh, well, it's a truth. Well, who cares? Did they come out and like tell you like Candace Owens is like, a fake conservative or something? Like, I'm not understanding what her problem was to begin with the Macrons. I mean, if it was political, if it was like what the deal was that got her like down the rabbit hole to begin with. Now, proving malice on that isn't tough to do because she's made money off of it, off of saying it. Like, if she never made a dime off of it, it's a lot harder to prove malice. But the fact that it's the same way. What I'm guessing that attorney's betting on, it's the same way they got Alex Jones for a shit ton of money, right? With the whole Sandy Hook thing. Like, oh, it caused me emotional distress, this, that, and the other thing. And then they're playing back videos of her talking about this stuff. It's out there in the public eye, everything. And you do have a right to commentate on people in the public eye. But if they get litigious, sometimes that shit works against you if you get the right attorney with the right argument. You can say, it destabilized our relationship. The whole fight when we were on the plane is because she had said something after Donald Trump called her and, caused a fight between the husband and the wife, whatever. But the big thing is she's going to have to prove that she's actually a woman in court and that, like I said, you show up with an XX photo or XX test on your genetics, that may do it. That's what I would be asking for. Like, fine, take this genetic test. We use a neutral site ordered by the American court and prove to me that she's a woman. And if she does that, she does that, and it comes back with double X, might actually have a case. Yeah, I agree with you too, Steve. Like when you start seeing the propaganda machine turning, that should be your first warning. Like, uh-oh, something's not right here. And it doesn't matter if it happens with a Democrat or a Republican. As soon as you see that shit, it should be your warning siren in your head. Like, yeah, I need to pay attention to this because they are actually worrying about it. It's the same way like Trump kind of keeps fucking me up about the Epstein files because he's like, it's all a Democrat hoax. And it's like, pretty sure that it isn't all just a Democrat hoax. Pretty sure some shit definitely happened. Why are you just saying why you can't just blame the opposing party for shit? That's what the Democrats do. So it's putting a spotlight on you, Trump, and now you're making me ask question shit where I wasn't questioning shit before. Can we get Big Mike's test? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Seeing her brother looks like he went on an eating spree. It looks identical to her, except for he went on like a binge at McDonald's for like a year of his life. Well, I mean that's just it. Yeah, I mean it is kind of a catch-22, isn't it? You're gonna have to admit being trans is a bad thing. Well, I mean, I would argue at that point, if it were me in that position, that calling me trans when I'm not is a bad thing. If I was actually trans, it wouldn't make a difference. But because I'm not trans, then it's a bad thing. Go on record that way, you can probably salvage it. I'm just playing that devil's advocate. Like, there's definitely a way around it. Yeah. And you got it. You got it in one, Steve. Like, oh, you guys are taking my name out of it? It's not a hoax anymore. Release all the files. Like, well, wait a minute. But the whole thing is, Trump's name should be all over it. They had all kinds of real estate deals in the past. So if you're technically doing a full scale investigation on somebody, those real estate deals should be mentioned, right? I mean, I'm not saying Trump did anything wrong. I still just, my gut instinct says, yeah, I can't see him doing shit like that, right? I could be wrong, but my gut's just telling me, like, nah, but I think he's afraid that they're going to take it and do another Russiagate. I think he's got PTSD from Russiagate. But just the same, should release the files even with your name in there. Shouldn't matter if your name's in there. You should be able to, if you've done nothing wrong, you should be able to defend yourself like you already have with everything else that you didn't do anything wrong with, right? Yeah, I agree, Steve. I 100% agree. If it's just shit like that, like real estate deals, why do you need my name redacted? Like, like I said, I know if I've done something fucked up and if I haven't. And if I've done something fucked up, I've kind of cleared the air on it over the period over my lifetime. Maybe not in the immediate moment, but I did years later or whatever. But I definitely have a clear conscience where, my wife came to me and said, "Is this true?" I could be look her in the eye and honestly say, "No, it is," or "No, it isn't," because that's pretty much the only person I really answer to. And even if it's something horrific, as long as I tell her the truth, she may not like that truth, but she'll respect me for it. If I lie to her and she finds out, then, and she's going to find out eventually, then she'll never respect me again. And that would be worse than anything else. Like Trump does have a lot to lose because he can lose the respect of. And honestly, the shittiest part is it doesn't even really hurt Trump because he can't run again, right? So let's say it comes up that everything got redacted. He was a kid diddler and on the island and all this kind of shit, right? that'd hurt Trump, but he covers it up, and then it comes out after he gets out of the presidency, or like during the next election cycle for president. It's going to hurt whoever's running next, which is presumably JD Vance. It's going to destroy him. Have a good night, Bob. Feel better, brother. And if you need to tune back in, I'll probably be going for a couple more hours. Stop talking to us like we're Superman top right. Well, hey, look, there's 10 people watching, there's 4 people chatting. So maybe those 6 other people don't know. Yeah, and that's just it right there, Rebel. You got it in one. For a guy who ain't guilty, you sure are acting like somebody who's got something to hide. What's up, 6? You know what? What if it's this? What if we got it wrong? I just thought about that. What if we got it all wrong, ladies and gentlemen? What if Trump wasn't sleeping with young girls on the island? What if he was sleeping with young guys on the island? Plot twist. Plot twist. Turns out that Trump isn't into young girls, he's into young dudes. Like, what if that's the secret, that him and Jeffrey Epstein were like Pete Buttigieg? Wait, what if it works out that way? Exactly, exactly, Rock. Dude, could you imagine if that's what like he's like, that's what he's actually nervous about. It's like, yeah, because they keep saying to him, like, underage girls, blah, blah. And he's just like, nope, nope, never did it, right? And it turns out it's underage dudes. So he's not technically lying, but that's what he's lying about. Is like, all right, so I may or may not like, running up in a guy's butt every now and again. You're right. Anything is possible in this timeline, and the timeline keeps switching. Like, I just thought about, I'm like, the whole time I'm sitting there thinking about, young girl, blah. What if it's young dudes? Oh, shit. Let me get that off real quick. Like, I know, I'm not going to lie, it would fuck me up. That one would screw me up. I'd just be like, holy shit, I never saw that one. Well, now I've seen it, like, now I kind of mentally prepared myself for it. But if that had come out and I hadn't thought of it, I'd have been like, God damn, I'm an idiot. How did I not even consider that possibility? Jesus. Good Lord. God damn you, Rock. They get the painting was a gift, Todd. I'm keeping it. And you're right. That's the whole thing is what's shitty is that there are he's not wrong technically. There's going to be names in that list that legit did nothing, right? They're in the list. Hell, we saw that on the flight logs. Like, I'm pretty sure Naomi Campbell didn't do anything untoward while she was on that flight. I'm pretty sure. Not 100%, because I don't put anything past anybody, but pretty fucking sure she didn't, like, do anything fucked up. But it's stuff like that. Like maybe there's that skeleton. Like I was there and I had a few and one thing left led to another and me and young Jimmy Olsen we skated off into a back room somewhere and he got it on video. It's gonna be hard to explain to Melania. I mean, that would be bad enough that he was putting it to some young guy, but what if it's the reverse and like the young guy was putting it to him? Because this day and age, it would be like, oh, okay, Well, to be honest with you, if that turned out to be the case, then I think he would definitely win over LGBTQ plus IA minus sign voters. What's going on, Leo? It's good to see you. Now get the hell off your brother's Jeep. Yeah, that's a good question, Steve. Who would win in a fight, Leo? An asteroid or the dinosaurs? Yep, good answer, Leo. You got it in one, buddy. Yeah, the asteroid wins. It's unfortunate, but the way it rolls, or the way it smashes. Who would win in a fight? Two T Rexes or Hulk Hogan? Chuck Norris. Yeah, Chuck Norris wins every fight. Leo has heard of the moon being made out of cheese. Question is, Leo, what type of cheese is the moon made out of? Is it American, provolone, Swiss, mozzarella? It's made out of goat cheese. I thought Bugs Bunny solved it and it was made out of Limburger for some reason. The milk was produced by Nicolas Cage. Yeah, I mean, if you clone Chuck Norris, then the clone would be inferior. Well, that's simple. It would be Superman. It's got to be Superman. That's like asking who would win in a fight, GI Joe or Mike Tyson. It's always GI Joe because he staged till the fights won. GI Joe is there. The only person that Superman's ever lost in a fight to is Cosmo D from Outer Space. I don't know if you guys will even get that reference. Yeah, I remember that, Steve. That is a great episode. Cosmo D from Outer Space. I'm here to rock the human race. Now, Superman looked up at me. He said, "You rock so naturally." Now that you've learned the deal, let me tell you why I'm so for real. I'm Cosmo D from Outer Space. I'm here to rock the human race. Do it right, because can't do it wrong. That's why the whole world is singing this song. Jam on it. Jam on it. Jam on it. Yeah, that's true, Rebel. You can't clone the well, who knows, maybe you can clone the memories in too. I mean, that's what Lex Luthor did with Bizarro. And so he's got like all Superman's memories, and that's why he tries saving Lois and all this kind of crap and doing the same stuff Superman's doing. Just his genetics start breaking down. Although Lex Luthor did make a successful clone of Superman. Actually, because of the failure with Bizarro, the next clone he made, he cloned his genetics into it, and that's where Superboy comes from. He's he's part of Lex Luthor's genetics and Superman's genetics. He's half human, half Kryptonian. Um, no, because think about it. If you grow a clone with no mind, right? Then you could, if it's basically a meat bag at that point. Say you need a liver transplant, a lung transplant, a heart transplant, or something like that, then you could harvest the clone. Yeah, that's what we call inbreeding. Exactly. Um, yeah, that's one of those things with cloning is, say you've got a bad kidney, bad ticker, stuff like that. You could technically grow a clone of yourself as long as it didn't have a mind and just use it as a bag of meat, like a organ transplant. That's the whole premise behind. Unfortunately, they gave him a mind and all that, but there was a movie, I want to say it's called like The Island or something, with Ewan McGregor, and that's what it turns out. That's the whole plot line behind it, is that they're clones, and that's rich people have grown clones of themselves and they let them grow natural in the wild on this island, and then they take them and harvest them when they need like a heart, kidney, or whatever. Well, that's just it. So that's where you break down, Steve. That's the part right there, right? So if you cloned a human, if their mind was working, then they would become their own person, right? Like I think it was Rebel who said it. Like they'd have their own set of experiences and everything else. But if you did it where the brain wasn't working, like so, it's basically like just think of somebody who's somebody who's beyond coma stage and just on life support. Like their mind's not even there, right? Like it's basically machines keeping them alive. If you had a clone like that, then I don't see an ethical problem with it. If they had their own mind, then you would be basically sacrificing another human being to save your own life. Who the hell is the chicken? You mean like cow and chicken? Yeah, well, that's just it. Is the soul connected to the mind, or is it, because at that point, yeah, see, those are those ethical questions you have to ask, right? But if it's just a clone that's grown and has no brain, say you don't put a brain in it, then it's meat on a table, right? It doesn't have so therefore is your soul actually your mind and your personality and everything else that goes with it? That's the part that ethically you have to ask yourself, and probably why cloning is banned. Right. Is it a clump of cells or is it actually a live human? Because if it actually has its own feelings and everything, and that's the Turing test, I mean, even with AI or whatever, like, does it have consciousness? If it has no consciousness to it, then technically it's, I would, in my opinion, I would say it's just kind of meat on a slab. That was the whole thing. That's part of the reason why I was pissed because I said goodbye to my best friend, but when he passed away, he was in a coma, and no, he never came out of that coma, right? So he's already gone at that point. That's why his family decided, pull the plug. It's because his mind's gone. He's gone. The person's gone. At that point, he's just a body on a table. And I don't fault him for it. I understand. I get it. Like I wouldn't just want to be a piece of meat being kept alive by machines. Pull the plug at that point because I'm already gone. Like my consciousness is already gone. Like no chance of recovery, all that kind of shit. Like there comes a point in time too where if you're in a coma past a certain point, I think it's like 4 weeks, like a month. After like the first week, you start developing brain damage that may or may not be irreversible. But after like 2 or 3 weeks, it's irreversible. Ex Machina, yeah, oh yeah, dude. With oh god, I can't remember Oscar. Oscar something. I can't remember the actor's name. But yeah, where they're on the island and he like invents the robots. If you mess with the genetics, well, that's just it. That's one of those other questions. Let's say you make an identical clone of yourself. Like I clone myself now, right? I get to 70 years old. So that body, and you let it grow natural and it gets to 20. You don't accelerate the growth on it or anything else. It has no mind to it. If somebody puts you out and stimulates your brain enough and transfers your brain into that body, right? Would I get to be a 20-year-old with like, an 80-year-old's brain? Would that work? Would that transfer the soul over to the new body? Upgrade is is that the one where the guy like basically has the machine in his brain like, and then he like it's like the AI or whatever in his head is like, hey, let me take control for a minute, and then he's like fighting somebody, and like it starts doing all kinds of crazy moves and making his body move in all like reflex ways. Yeah, I mean it was an all right movie. People hyped it up way bigger than it needed to be. It was okay. Let's see how this yellow is. It's still a little patchy. Before I get the red going on. Yeah, I don't know if it was YouTube that did it for me. I definitely know, like, I saw the movie and I was like, it was all right. But then there was people like, oh my God, you got to see this movie. So good. It was just like, hey, it was okay. I didn't think it was like as amazing as you're making it out to be. Um, One of the ones that actually it's a goddamn shame too, and I'm real worried about what it's going to end up doing. What it's actually going to end up doing to Marvel. But yeah, Fantastic Four apparently is failing at the box office right now. Alex Jones told me go see that movie. It's one of the greatest movies. It's what really happened to me back in the day, back in my powerlifting days. But yeah, Fantastic Four not doing well. That's actually I was hoping that one would do well because it's not super woke, and because it's not super duper woke, I was hoping it would have a good run so that Marvel would be like, oh, okay, if we go not so woke, people are see our movie. Instead, yeah, Superman's actually having a better run, I think, box office wise than Fantastic Four at this point. And it's underperforming too, but compared to like Man of Steel. But as somebody pointed out, like Man of Steel also came out when every superhero movie was making like $1 billion. People have superhero fatigue for the most part. I did watch 28 Years Later. It was okay, but I needed somebody, I needed like my buddy David, who's English, there to translate some of the stuff they were saying because the accents were so heavy. It was all right. They left it open for a sequel. The end of it, yeah, like with all the guys coming down and all that. Yeah, I was kind of like, it threw me off too. I was like, oh, this is for a sequel then. Like we're gonna get a sequel with this kid with the rocking and rolling with this band of lunatics, basically. But yeah, the accents were definitely difficult to sort through in parts, but it was all right. It wasn't terrible. Yeah, 28 weeks later, I did not like. There was one scene in 28 weeks later I liked, and I think it was 28 weeks later. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the part where the guy's like looking up and the drop of blood falls and hits him in the eye. And he's like, get away from me right now. And like, because he knows he's infected at that point. I think that was in 28 weeks later. But 28 weeks later, I was like you had the helicopter scene where he comes ripping in with the helicopter and dropping the blades. That was kind of cool. Like that whole scene was neat. The movie itself was not great. That was 28 days later with the eye drop. 28 days later was really good, my opinion, because it was, you know, humans were like the soldiers in that movie were basically the bad guys. Like, yeah, you had these scary monsters, but who was more monstrous? The zombies getting a hold of them or those military people getting a hold of, like, the women specifically? It's kind of like, oof. Saddest part is that is how people would probably behave in an apocalypse, too, especially people that had guns and everything else. Yeah, I could believe Danny Boyle. Actually, my favorite of Danny Boyle's movies, even though I don't like the ending, is Sunshine. I thought that was a cool ass movie. I just didn't like. I can't remember what the bad guy's name was in it because like it was better if he was just like a figment of your imagination, and then he ends up being real at the end. No, I haven't heard of the dog going viral named King Charles. But yeah, that makes sense. He was directing Sunshine at that point. Yeah, that's got Sunshine was that was actually a pretty fun movie. Like that was definitely one of my favorite Danny Boyles. The hell else did Danny Boyle direct? He directed something else that was really good. You think 28 weeks was better than I don't know. I mean I don't know. They still both weren't 28 days, you know? Like neither of them were as good as 28 days. Have a good night, Eugene. Keep putting out bangers. And yeah, make sure if you haven't yet, check out Eugene's latest drop on his music. Wasn't bad. Was not bad. Keep putting them out, Eugene. Keep it up, buddy. Saw you got like 62 subscribers, so you're growing. Just like me, it's gonna go slow. Soon you'll eclipse me. Only 30 up on you, so you'll catch that and pass that sooner or later. That's pretty crazy, Steve. He's like submitting the other dogs like I am the alpha. Does he call the other dogs, everybody? Comes through, hey, what's up, everybody? Damn, I'm going to have to get right in here with more yellow, and that's going to be a pain in the ass now. New track, GAM Slam and Happy Accidents. Maximum Overdrive. The height of Stephen King making a movie high on cocaine. Dear Lord. So the story that's adapted from Trucks, it's a very short story in Night Shift, and a compilation book by Stephen King called Night Shift. I just got a kick out of the one truck with the Green Goblin head on it. That always got me. Like when I was a kid, I used to love it. That and the fact that AC/DC Who Made Who was the soundtrack. That and it was actually my one of my first introductions to AC/DC. You watched the movie? I don't remember that part. Dear Lord. Titane? I've never seen that. Yeah, I can't say I've seen that one. You got me over. You got me on that one because I have not seen that movie. I have definitely never seen that movie. That's crazy. Even Caesar Milan is like, yeah, the dog handles conflict well. I guess so. I definitely guess so. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I see movies that are definitely way overhyped. Like you were saying earlier, like Upgrade. People hyped that thing up online. I was like, it was a decent movie, but it was way overhyped. Another one that was like that, it's like a found footage movie. It's called Creep. And that one was like a lot of people hyped that up. Oh, you haven't seen that? You got to see it. You got to see it. And I watched it and I was like, it was okay. But definitely, I did not watch the sequel for it. It was definitely one of those movies like one and done. Yeah, Bird Box was definitely way overhyped. Another one I thought was very overhyped was A Quiet Place. Unfortunately, Hell House LLC. I may have seen that. That sounds familiar, but yeah, Bird Box. Like it was like, okay, what are they seeing? And they never show you. And I mean, sometimes that can be cool, like not showing the monster. But in this case, it was like, oh, whatever your imagination came up with. Like, oh yeah, I think you guys were overhyping it because it was Sandra Bullock. Wait, well, you know what? We should ask an expert. Sheree, what was like a horror movie that you got hyped for, and then it came out, and you're like, yeah, yeah, that was just way overhyped. All right, that yellow spotty. It's got to get touched. Actually, yeah, I got to touch up that yellow in there. Oh yeah, Rob Zombie. Every Rob Zombie movie has disappointed me. I don't think he's made one where I was like, oh wow, that was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I think my wife actually said that shit the best. She's like, when it comes to Rob Zombie movies, the big problem with all of them is that he casts his wife in them, and like she's like an albatross for some reason. She's like the albatross around his neck that just because he like hypes her up in the movie so much that it kind of drags the whole film down. Really, six? You never gotten into the Final Destinations? That's actually the first one in particular is like I'll never forget the first time I saw the bus scene in that movie was just like amazing. I remember it just blowing me away because it was just you saw it, he sees the premonition of it and like it's coming, and then all of a sudden you can all just drop dead, and she steps off the curb and that shit hits her, and it was like I was like, oh shit, like this just got real. Like I always like the fact that death has a design for everyone. I actually did like the whole. I thought it was an original premise. Surprised you never got them. Like I always thought it was cool trying to figure out death's design before it kills the person on screen. And like the last one they just did, I actually liked that one. Thought it was interesting. Like the concept of it is very interesting to me for some reason. It just seemed like Michael Bay horror movies. I mean, there's definitely some that feel that way. I could see why you'd say that in some cases, but like the first one, like I like the whole setup of you basically you're cheating death and nobody cheats the Reaper. And if they do, they can't cheat it forever. So when he finally catches you, he's pissed off and like really deals with you. Cloverfield was all right. Um, I like 10 Cloverfield Lane. Actually, is my favorite out of the whole Cloverfield series. That one was my favorite because at the very end of the movie, spoilers for anybody who's never seen the damn movie, but it turns out to be one of the conspiracy theories that John Goodman is hyping through the whole film. He's like, yeah, it could have been this, could have been that. I think it was this though. And like you just think he's kind of nuts and then finding out that he's not actually nuts. Shit's really going on. I like that. Like it throws you off. I like stuff with a twist to it. Sometimes it can be good and just straight up about it, you know? Um, like Nightmare on Elm Street, the first one, right? Like classic. Classic for a reason. Just straight up, it's a slasher film. But then you get ones that have a twist to them that are awful movies, but the twist is like, oh my God. Like, what is it? Slumber Camp? Sleepaway Camp? Is that what it is? I mean, hey, six. There's stuff that everybody else likes that I'm like, yeah, I hated that shit, right? So it's good. You're fine, brother. You're allowed to have an opinion on shit, you know. I'm not like the burning bush of movies or anything. I always like the concept and the execution of the films. Um, well, some of them. After a while, it got a little contrived, but yeah, Sleepaway Camp, I think it is, where it's a terrible movie, but the twist is so goddamn good at the end. You're like, what the fuck am I seeing? Now, granted, the same twist has been done to death in the nowadays, but back when that shit first happened, it was like, what? Like, wait, what am I seeing? Oh, people thought that movie Life was it was supposed to be like Venom. I mean, I can kind of see that because of the way the alien life form's done in that movie. I could see where people would get that a little confused, but I don't know. Whole thing with Life, I was like, oh shit, this is what happened, and sure enough, that's it's exactly the way the movie ends. Like I like them when they have a twist that I can't figure out or I don't see coming. Like, oh, well, I didn't even consider that shit. Like it just catches you off guard. Like I love the movie Fight Club, but man, that twist was like projected way earlier in the film. Like you can see the twist coming a mile out. It's still a cool twist, but it loses something if you can see it coming. Ooh, that's not good. I gotta clean that up. Dominion, yeah. You're not wrong, Leo, and good on you for being able to see that. Even though I know your love for dinosaurs and everything, but yeah, Dominion was not good. They could have done something really cool, really cool with that movie, and didn't. And then I found it interesting that this Jurassic Park that just came out had no ties to it because what happened with the clone chick, what happened with all the other stuff in there. Yeah. So, E-Rock, I should let you know. Leo is like 11, 10 years old. Just FYI. Yeah, that guy made that movie. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels like that's what one of the writers did. Yeah, the guy in the top right picture, that is definitely a Hollywood writer at this point. I don't even think Chat GPT would turn out crap like some of these guys. Wow, that says something. A Jurassic Park film you almost wanted to walk out of the theater when watching. Can't all be winners. Can't always be winners. Used to love Star Wars when I was a kid. And look what they did to that poor thing. After Last Jedi, I raged quit the entire thing. Yeah, I Spit on Your Grave is a classic, and then they remade it. And just like, yeah, Last House on the Left, same kind of idea, same principle, same kind of story. Yeah, it's definitely one of those. It's a shame. Talk to Me. Which one was Talk to Me? I know I've seen that. I saw Smile. I haven't seen Smile too. Um, was Talk to Me the one with the Ouija board? Yeah, it's both of them. Last House on the Left. I Spit on Your Grave. Yeah, like revenge brutality movies. Yeah, and definitely some scenes that are extra graphic. But the older versions actually had more graphic scenes. The Hand. I'm trying to remember. I mean, it sounds real familiar. Like, I don't know what it is with horror movies that, like, there was the one. It was called. Everybody was all hyped on. Oh my god, you got to see this movie. And I was like, it was okay. I was like, but the whole premise behind it was basically equating it to an STD. It Follows, I think, was the name of the movie. And it was like, all right, but I was like, yeah, it's an allegory for an STD, basically. Revenge, like with what you call it, Washington, like the TV series. Yeah, It Follows. It Follows to me was way overhyped. Like I was like, it's an interesting premise, but when you break it down and it's an allegory, I'm like, Then, we also had that period of time where they started adapting Japanese movies like Ring, like it was Ringu, and then The Grudge. And The Grudge, I watched the Japanese version before I ever saw the American version of it. And it made no damn sense to me because it was Japanese schoolgirls. So they're all in their Japanese schoolgirl outfits. And as they're switching stories, I was like, wait, is that the same character? Wait, she looks a little different. I'm not understanding what the hell's going on here. And then I saw the American version and went back and watched Japanese version. I'm like, oh, that's much better. Yeah, the first Ring was when that came out. That was really good. The Japanese version's pretty much identical, like pretty damn close. But the Japanese version was first. We definitely adapted that. Japanese do a lot with ghosts and yokai and all that kind of stuff, like evil spirits. Big part of their culture. Americans are more slasher film. You know what I mean? Like those are our movie monsters, or our real life quote unquote or spiritual movie monsters, or stuff like Jason, Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, that kind of thing. The Japanese are more like it's a supernatural force you will not understand, like Pearl Queen. Yeah, The Ring's a good movie. The premise behind it is, and now granted, premise wouldn't make sense in modern day, right? It's a VHS tape. It's got all these crazy images on it. When you watch it, you get a phone call immediately after, and the voice on the phone says 7 days. And then 7 days later, after you watch the movie, you die. And so, like, the one chick who's reporting on it, her son accidentally watches the movie, and she's got to figure out how to beat the curse before 7 days hits. And then they did a bunch of sequels to it that explain like the supernatural force behind it and everything else. But it's a twisted film. Like it's definitely creepy. You'd probably you might have seen references to it where like the girl climbs out of the TV, like the spirit girl climbs out of the television and takes somebody out with real long black hair and a white dress, like TV's in black and white. But yeah, it's a decent one. That was like what, the 2000s, like early 2Ks. Yeah, the remake was nowhere near as disturbing as the original. The original, like the hook in that one, that one had a twist that I didn't see coming. I was like, oh, Talk about seriously heartless. Dear Lord. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I didn't mind the remake on that one. It's not as scary as the original, but Arlie Emery made that movie, in my opinion. Like the remake of it. He was great in that film. He was just so over the top. I think the best part with the like my favorite part in the original Chainsaw Massacre when they're at the dinner table and they have all the corpses around it, and all of a sudden the one starts moving and it's the grandfather and he's still alive, and you're like, oh my god, he's alive. Like it just throws me off even though I know it's coming every time. What would you guys say is the best horror movie of all time? The OG did not happen. The OG Freddy vs. Jason, I'm not sure. Um, 1 second, guys. You'll lose chat for a second here. I think. I forgot to open that up. Yeah, I could believe it. Um, Friday the 13th is a weird one. I have like a love hate relationship with it. Probably because I had this one friend who'd be like, I got an idea for a horror film. And he'd start pitching me the horror film. And I'd be like, stop right there. Is this like a sequel to Friday the 13th? He'd be like, oh, yeah, it is. Be like, yeah, I don't even want to hear it anymore. Do something original, brother. Like, it's cool you want to make stuff, but yeah. But yeah, there was actually talks of making a sequel to Jason versus Freddy or Freddy versus Jason, and it was going to be Freddy versus Jason versus Ash, but they couldn't get the rights worked out. That would have been amazing. Like Bruce Campbell fighting both of them. Yep. Yeah, that was Friday the 13th, Part 9. Jason Goes to Hell. And Freddy's claw comes up and grabs the mask and pulls it down. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a fun movie. Um, like I said, if they had done the sequel like intended, where it was going to be Freddy versus Jason versus Ash from the Evil Dead series, that shit would have been wild. Like Bruce Campbell, I think would have just had a great time on it. Granted, you would have had to let Sam Raimi direct to make it actually work, because he's the only one who can do Ash right. Let's see, how are we looking on that? I may have to hit yellow again in there. I'm gonna have to use the real tiny brush to get to it though. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem. That was one of the hopes because the MCU wasn't supposed to be the MCU. They just thought it'd be a fun throwaway in Incredible Hulk to have, characters from or have Robert Downey Jr. come in at the end of the Hulk in an after credit scene. They thought it would be fun, and that kicked off the whole MCU. But when you really break it down, it wasn't Disney that had a hold of it. They ended up acquiring everything, and it was like, oh shit. All right, there we go. Let me go in here real quick. What the hell is going off in my messengers? Six in a voice chat. Hold on, six. Let me turn on the voice. Desktop. It should play. Tell me if you guys can hear it.
Now, I got as much respect for dead bodies as anybody else, but hey, get that goddamn nasty thing out the backseat of my car, drag it out, and bring it over to the trunk.
Yeah, Arlie Emery. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, that's fucking hysterical, six. Sure, I got the chat back up. You can't defend Disney on that one. Like you can't. They Disney went where they started shitting the bed with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Everything was going great, and then they decided to just full on embrace diversity, equity, inclusion. They took the worst storylines out of Marvel and try to make them into movies and do the big problem. Honestly, I blame James Gunn. So Guardians of the Galaxy. If you asked me about that comic book, you never would have heard me say, "Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite comics." Right? James Gunn took a little team that nobody knew really jack nor shit about. Like very, very minimal. The only thing anybody really knew about was Rocket Raccoon and Groot. That was pretty much the entirety of the team. James Gunn made a lot of money off them. And then Disney was like, "Well, what other unknowns can we get in this mix?" I got an idea. Let's get the Eternals in here. I was like, I've never even read an Eternals comic. What the hell is this shit? Like I had to look it up. And I'm a comic book nerd. And I'm like, why are you guys doing the Eternals? Like, I don't understand what the point is here. And then they went with like Shang-Chi. And I'm like I know he's supposed to be the greatest fighter and basically the equivalent of Bruce Lee in the Marvel comics world. But why are you going with Shang-Chi now? Shouldn't you have introduced him before if you were going to bring him in? Shit like that. I was like, there's so many other IPs that you could have gone with that were definitely bigger, definitely better. So many other stories you could have told, and you went with these. Like, why? Like the Inhumans? My God. You have some cool characters in the Inhumans. Like Medusa being the number one with her hair, bright red hair, like entwining over everything, catching shit and all this, right? And then the first episode of the series, you cut all her hair off. They shave her bald. I'm like, what? What? Like, dear Lord, no wonder you guys made this a TV thing instead of an actual movie. Because if I saw this in the movies, I'd have been pissed. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Before those Guardians of the Galaxies movies came out, if you're a comic book fan, could you have named four of the Guardians of the Galaxy? You couldn't have. But the moment that movie dropped and it was a good movie, every nerd was like, "Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy is like my favorite. I've always loved Guardians of the Galaxy." And you're like, "Bro, no you haven't. You don't even know like what the original team was because the team wasn't like the team that they showed." The only one anybody really knew was, like I said, Rocket Raccoon and Groot. And they didn't even use Rocket's actual catchphrase. You know what Rocket Raccoon's original, what his actual catchphrase was anytime he shot somebody? Can anybody tell me what Rocket Raccoon says when he shoots somebody in the comics? And I'm not gonna lie, when I saw it in the theater, when I saw Guardians 1 in the theater, I was like, I just want to see how they pull off Rocket Raccoon with his catchphrase. Rocket Raccoon, that's correct reason, Rebel. He would yell blam, and then he would yell something after it. Anybody he shot, he would yell blam, and then something after it. Can you guys tell me what it was? Like, I don't even know if he took a shot in the dark with that one, with the blam. But yeah, it was. He would literally say blam. He would, I did. I knew who Spawn was, and that's part of the reason I was a little disheartened with that movie, especially because I can't remember what the ice cream man's name was. He would have been a better villain in it. Well, he would have been a cool villain to have in there too. And the only reason why is because Image Comics was Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld, McFarlane. They all separated off and started their own thing. That's where you get Wildcats, Savage Dragon, Spawn, But yeah, because like Spawn, I actually did. I was a fan of it, not a super fan. I didn't get Spawn #1, for example, but I definitely did read a bunch of the comics. Oh yeah, I forgot they did do an animated show on HBO too. That's right, and they did include. I think they included the Ice Cream Man on season 2 of the HBO one, the animated. But yeah, Rocket Raccoon's actual catchphrase from the comics is "Blam, I murdered you." So you'd shoot somebody and yell, "Blam, I murdered you! Blam, I murdered you! Blam, I murdered you!" I was like, how are they going to pull this off and get away with it? And simple, they just didn't even bring it in. They let that whole catchphrase just rot on a vine. Like, oh yeah, he never said that. Oh yes, he did. Blam, I murdered you. Like crazy catchphrase. I was like, yeah, how are you going to pull this off with Disney holding the strings? Answer, you're not. Bunch of kids running around with, like finger guns yelling, "Blam, I murdered you." I don't think it would have gone well. Yeah, blam, I deleted you now. Yep. You have a Batman comic signed by Jim Lee? Yeah, well, so that was one of those. Jim Lee left. He ended up going back. I think he worked for DC too for a little bit there. Matter of fact, I know he worked for DC. I think he did worked on the Superman run for him too. Because Image Comics was supposed to be like an alternative to the big three. And the problem was that because they set their own deadlines, outside of Todd McFarlane, everybody else kind of started screwing around, and it would be like 2 3 months before you got a new book, and it would be like a crap book. The same way I think because Liefeld actually created Deadpool, and he was all pissed off recently because they didn't invite him to the premiere of Deadpool Wolverine or something like that. He was all butthurt. Which it's like, yeah, I mean, if we actually go back in history, kind of don't blame him for inviting you. Or not inviting you. Yeah, the only guy who actually did anything with Image Comics, in my opinion, was really Todd McFarlane. And I mean, reality is, if you look at Todd McFarlane's the one who brought Venom to life in Marvel. Rob Liefeld was Deadpool, Shatterstar. I'm trying to remember what else he brought to life. Yeah, he did a couple of them, a couple Iron Maiden figures. Todd McFarlane's figures are usually very nice the way they're produced. Yeah, DC had Vertigo. Marvel had Marvel Select, and I can't remember. They did have another division. Like both DC and Marvel had offshoot comics. Like I actually have comics that DC back in the New 52 had started something called DC Black Label, and they were like more adult oriented comics. The one actually has, I can't even remember what the hell the name of the Long Night, I think it's called, but it's a Batman comic, and Batman actually it's Bruce Wayne, and he takes off his bat costume in the Batcave, and they actually show Batman's Winky. Paid $200 for that Iron Maiden sculpture. That's nuts. Yeah, because if you can find a convention or something, McFarlane doesn't charge you to sign his shit. And actually, tell you the truth, he's in person very cool. I got to meet him a couple times. Well, actually, I met him like 5 times. Every time they did a store managers convention for GameStop, he was always there because we sold all his figures. Like I have a series called um, what is it? Twisted Fairy Tales. Like Peter Pumpkin Eater. I'm trying to remember what the other ones are. Peter Pumpkin Eater is the one that I completely remember because he's got like his wife crushed up and stuffed inside of a pumpkin that comes with him. Like McFarlane did. He matter of fact, I have a series. It was McFarlane's Dragon series. It's like a red dragon, a blue dragon, a green dragon, a gold dragon. I got all those. I actually got them fucking really cheap too because GameStop, after a while, if something didn't sell, they'd price tag it. I'd wait till the price tag went down on it and just pick up the whole run. Not gonna lie, most people that work at GameStop, they get all that kind of good stuff. It's one of those benefits for the shit pay you get. But yeah, McFarlane was always pretty damn gracious. Now I'm thinking about it, he really was gracious with his time. Like he would sign like even Amazing Spider-Man shit like that he had done. He was actually the start of making Spider-Man's eyes emote. Nobody had ever thought of that till McFarlane. You forget who it was who said they resent their mom? A lot of us. That is one good thing I can say about my mom. When I was a little kid, I had all the Brave Stars, had all the GI Joes, like stuff like that. She would at least get me my toys. It was nice of her. That's pretty cool. That's definitely one you should hold on to, E-Rock. Let's see. How are we looking on this thing? Not real crazy about the S on the front of it. S on the this S looks all right. Let's get to some gray. That whole base is going to be its own little project. All right, buddy. Let's see what we got. Your hair's definitely going black. You're getting the Hulk treatment with your eyes, which should be blue, not red. Hmm. All right, time to find your right skin gray. It's a lighter tone. You're a half hour. 6. Have you never seen Sleepaway Camp? Just curious, because like I said, I specifically did not ruin the twist in that movie for anybody that hasn't seen it that wanted to see it. Because yeah, okay, dude, anybody that has seen the movie Sleepaway Camp, nobody wait give away the ending because yeah, it's like I said, the movie. Yeah, and you're right, you're not wrong. There are a lot of boobs in it. It's definitely an '80s boob film. But yeah, nobody give away what the hell the twist is because the ending is the best part of the movie. 6. The rest of the movie's like, it's all right. You know, it's just classic '80s slasher. But yeah, when you get to the ending, let me know what you think. Let me see what you look like. See what that gray skin looks like. Layered up. Like 3 layers of this. I'm going to say this light ass gray. I think we got the right color. I think we got the right color for your skin, Bizarro. Look like an elephant's right testicle. That's what color your skin is. Poor Bizarro. He wants to be good. He's just misunderstood. I may even go a shade darker. Now I'm looking at it. Depends on how it dries. So far, so good. I just don't want to go too heavy and lose detail. So I'll thin coat it. Let that black shine through a little bit, and then I'll double coat it. Let's see. Yeah, it's that ashy gray. Yeah, it's like Wet Hot Summer, but horror. Good call. Puppet Master, yeah. The Full Moon Studios puppets. I tried to find them, but most people want me to pay for them. But I was definitely thinking about doing those things and painting them. They would be cool. And E-Rock, I'm looking for a decent mimic. Because I know you said you wanted a mimic. Been looking for a decent one. I mean, I can always do the teddy bear again at worst case, but it would be. I gotta give it maybe do a different paint job on it, something. Yeah, Leecher, that's right. Yeah, you had that one. I always liked the one like Blade was always a cool one. For some reason, I always thought his name was Jack. I can't remember why, but I always liked the one with the bullets for the teeth. I know you had Pinhead, Screwhead, the Leecher. Um, I don't know if it was actually called the Leecher, but the one that dropped the leeches out of its mouth. You had Blade. I'm trying to remember what the other one was, but the bullet one, I can't remember his name. He had like flamethrower breath or something. Yeah, that's a cool collection to have right there. I I remember when they used to sell them. I either a couldn't afford them or was like, ah, that's cool and all that, and never picked them up. The other one that I've looked for and I can't find anybody who has made it. I want one of the from the Terror trilogy. I want the little doll, like the what is it? Zombie fucking tribe doll. I think that one would be a cool one to do. Although I'm also afraid to kind of do that one because somebody on these internets would probably call me a racist. Would like, oh, well, of course you want that one. Like, no, dude, it's cool as shit. That was like the only part of Trilogy of Terror that I actually gave a shit about when I was a kid was that one story with Tiki Doll or whatever the hell it was, the zombie like war doll or chick throws it in the oven and cooks it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fucking little thing going off. Little spear. Which one? Do you know what I'm talking about? The not from Puppet Master. It's a movie called Trilogy of Terror, and there was like this little. It was like an Aboriginal doll thing, and it was like a pygmy. Like I don't know how to describe it, and it came with like a spear, and it had a necklace around its neck, and the chick takes the necklace off of it, and it basically like it was holding back the evil spirit in the doll, and she gets possessed by it at the end of the movie or whatever. But it's like the zombie like war doll or some shit it's called, and they've sold like life size versions of it too. I've definitely seen collector sites sell like the life size version of the doll, but I always wanted to just get one and actually 3D print it and paint it myself. I think that one should be could be real cool. It's not ringing a bell. Um, see. Let me see if I can find an image for you real quick. If you see it, you'll probably be like, "Oh shit, I know that thing." Let me see. I'll lose chat for a second here, guys. Just FYI. Sorry, I'm just looking, trying to get around a devious corner. Zombie doll. Is that what it is? No. Let me see. I'll just look up Trilogy of Terror doll. There it is. It came right up. Zuni Hunter doll from the Trilogy of Terror. Hold on. Let me turn off the background. Turn off these guys. Turn off this real quick. There you go. This thing. Do you remember this now, E-Rock? Zuni fetish doll. Out of stock, yeah. Yeah, exactly. That little shit. Yep. It's like like this guy. This guy printed one that's real tiny. I would want one that's life size like this. I just want to print my own. Trilogy of Terror 2. I didn't even know they made it. Little crazy fucking thing. Yeah, I thought that shit was definitely creepy as all hell. I used to love that when I was a kid. Yeah, I know. I know they had issued them. Like I said, 2010. I was drinking pretty damn heavy. I probably wouldn't have given a shit. I'd have been like, "Oh, that's really cool." Yeah, I wouldn't buy it though. You know, one of those kind of deals. I would love to do a run of them though, and paint them, print them. You know, or print them, paint them rather. But I don't think I've seen anybody that is either reasonably priced on them, has enough detail to them, you know, stuff like this. Like for shit like that, you want somebody who's a reputable artist. Like whoever did this design on this, like the Hulk and on this Bizarro. I don't know if it's Printed Obsessions, if it's 3D Berserk, but whoever it is, somebody who can do this kind of detail on a superhero bust, like because he's got fingernails and everything on this thing. That's I would go with that. That person, you know, be like, yo, I need this made. How much would it cost me? Have them give me the model for it or what have you, print it out and then paint it. I would definitely do them if I could find somebody that was reputable. Like I think the only reason why these things were free at the time is because of licensing. So like me printing them, painting them, and all that, I'm not selling them, so I can get away with it. It's like free use license or whatever, personal use license. Now, if I turned around and sold this thing, that's when you get into a sticky wicket because people who are doing the designs on the model kind of want their cut on it. And I'm guessing that's why a lot of them are like, yeah, you know, I gave away this print, that print, and the other print for free. People are printing them, painting them, and then I go on Etsy and there's my design. Shit like this, I'd be kind of pissed. I'm not gonna lie. Like I did a Hopkins Goblins for my wife, and I've debated doing that one, putting it on Etsy. I did a Flatwoods Monster as well, and I don't know. I think maybe somebody might buy them if I threw them up. Somebody who's into cryptids might actually want them, and they're not entirely hard to paint. They were when I first started, but now I can knock them out like nothing. This one's just silver with kind of glow in the dark eyes, basically. Flatwoods is like red, green, and silver, and all metallic. You would pay 1K for what special Superman? The one that's up in the right hand corner of the screen? Brother, you really wanted that damn thing. I'd just do it for you and make you pay shipping on it. Like, what the fuck? That's why I was even looking at mimics, because you had said something about your kid might want it. And I think you said before your kid is special needs, isn't he? Thought it might be nice, like, the old man gives him something that's one of a kind that his buddy sent to him across the internets. Make him have a special day, shit like that. You know, I wouldn't charge you like anything outside of like maybe shipping. That'd be about it. Like I'm still waiting for David's shit to clear customs so I can give him a shipping thing. His was fucking expensive as fuck to send. I'm not gonna lie. Sending over to the UK is a bitch. Customs fucking suck my ass. I need to know somebody in customs so I can get shit through the mail to David cheap. That's all I'm saying. Those bastards. Yeah, that's. I thought you said that, and I thought you said he liked them. Is that the one that likes the mimic? Like that's his favorite thing from D&D and shit. That's why I've been looking for a good mimic because you were talking about it with the teddy scare that I did. So I've been looking for a decent version of the mimic. I planned on printing it out, painting it, and if you wanted it, message you on the side and mail that shit out to you. They're gonna make you pay like a fucking ass load of money for something. It's kind of fucked up. I still got to do a fucking pyramid head. I got to do my stepdaughter's replacement pyramid head, but I planned on getting one for 6 too. So I'm probably gonna have to paint 2 of those soon. But yeah, like stuff like that. Still looking for a good life size statue of Rick James for Sheree. Give it to her husband. Her husband is Rick James, bitch. Actually, Sheree's never asked me for a print. If she did, I'd definitely do one for her too. If I come across a decent Henry Cavill I'd send that off to Beans. I still haven't. I found an amazing Henry Cavill head, but something's wrong in the file. Like I can't get the goddamn head to load for some reason, and I've tried it in like 5 different programs. But the slicing program will load it for some goddamn reason, but the actual editing programs won't. I can't figure it out. Can't figure out where the corruption is. One of what things? One of the teddy scares? I have to reprint them. But yeah, if you mean one of the teddy scares, like, because I have those files, all I got to do is like hit print, basically, like load it up, hit print, have to do a primer, all that stuff. Get it done. Get her done. See what his head looks like on the body. Yeah, he definitely looks retarded. Oh, yeah, it's still sticky. Let's get our baseline painted here. Yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing too. You got to tell me what kind of color scheme you want to. Do you want it like purple tongue? Do you want it, you know, brown fur, blue fur, green fur, shit like this. It's those little things. Let that shit get a bit dry. I'll have to hit his hair again. Actually, half tempted to go a half shade darker too. And no, actually, it's a matching color. Let's see if this purple dried up yet. Yeah, kinda shitty. Everybody's quiet. Six is watching Sleepaway Camp. Probably watching it and laughing his ass off. Definitely watching it and laughing his ass off. Some of the kills on that are so cheesy. Like I said, it's all about the fucking twist ending. All right, let's see what we got. Show me what you've got. All right, switch brush. Blue. even with the light brush, even with the light brush, I still blew out a little bit there. Son of a bitch. Means purple, which means purple touch up. Shit. What's up, forever? Oh, you need to solve the box to unlock the Blu-ray. Man, I almost printed a Hellraiser puzzle box, but all it's got to be is off by like just a little bit when it prints, and it won't line up right. Good old Leviathan. Did you ever see the remake of Hellraiser with the female Pinhead? It was okay. Um, Definitely not freaky at like the old school ones. Like it was way more about the gore. But I liked it because the lament configuration or lament configuration, they explained it a lot better. Like if you go for this lament configuration, this is this kind of wish. If you go for this one, it's this. If you go for that one, but it's like a monkey's paw basically. So say you eternal life, like oh I want that configuration. It's going to give me eternal life. It's it's like okay you're in eternal life but you're in eternal pain with it being eternal life, like you're going to live forever but you're going to be in amazing pain, like half your skin ripped off, just awful shit like that. It's kind of cool in that respect, but I definitely dig my old school Pinhead better than the female one too. Yeah, I Hellraiser, I watched every last one of those goddamn things. I used to love it. I love the Cenobites, like all the different Cenobites. Chatterer was always my favorite. By far, Chatterer was always my favorite. And all the Cenobites. She had the female Pinhead. Well, the original ones were Pinhead, female, Butterball, Chatterer. Yeah, I think that was it. And then the big monster thing was called the Engineer. I just remember what was it? Was it Hellraiser 3 Hell on Earth? Yeah, Hellraiser 2 was hellbound because you had the doctor or whatever. But Hellraiser 3, you had the one with the CDs. He was a DJ because they were in the nightclub or whatever. He got turned. He would like chuck the CDs, or the bartender that blew fire. Yep. Yeah, I watched that. Behind the Mask, Rise of Leslie Vernon. Yeah, that was. I watched that one before I watched Creep. There's another one with a grandma that somebody had recommended to me, and it was a found footage movie, and it was like you just think the grandma's got dementia or whatever through it, and all this stuff, and she's like a demon basically. Like she's crawling around everywhere on the walls and shit, and like weird fucking shit. I can't remember what the name of that movie was. That was found footage horror too. Yeah, I think it was my daughter that told me about, or no, it was my daughter-in-law. Because my daughter-in-law, I'm actually a little pissed at her. Because my daughter-in-law, she can do studio quality makeup. Like, she came out one time, and it took her 8 hours to do her own face. Like, half of it was zombie, and like, it looked real. Like, it was scary as shit. Yeah, the thing is, the only problem with Hellraiser I have is it's basically Clive Barker's S&M fantasy. That's my big problem with that movie. Like knowing that kind of always detracted from that movie. I like Clive Barker's Nightbreed. I always liked that movie. I thought that movie was, especially the director's cut, was really cool. It's all true. God is an astronaut. Oz is over the rainbow, and Midian is where the monsters go. Bought it from Blockbuster. Yeah, yeah, I kind of miss Blockbuster. I'm not gonna lie. They always had cool shit. Now it's just I can steal everything. How's that seat in there? Ooh, ooh, Bizarro. Your head does not. Well, tilt back and glue. What is going on with that? There it goes. Something in there jamming that up. Definitely not liking this right here. Like it's almost like the head wasn't sliced right. Like it fits, but it doesn't look like it lines up back here. I'm gonna have to do a resin weld on it. Make sure there's nothing jamming this out. Let me look at the camera. Camera can actually see down there pretty well. No, nothing jamming it. That's really weird. Hmm. Re-blacken the hair. Fix this jaw. Yeah, Dog Soldiers. That's an older one. The fucking military dudes who turn into werewolves. Yeah, Rebel, I do too. I got Ecto Kid. I've got Ecto Kid, Nightbreed. I actually have Fright Night comics from it's a continuation of the movie. So I know they did Fright Night 2. That's the one with Charlie Brewster where his next door neighbor's a vampire, all that shit. But it's actually a continuation of it. And then Nightbreed comics, they continue the story from where it ends, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, more like Scott's beating up werewolves. Yeah, they just did one. They did a werewolf movie recently. I watched, and it was there was an event and there was a blood moon, and half the population on Earth turned into werewolves. And it had Frank Grillo was like the main star of it. I can't remember what the hell the name of the movie is, but then they thought they found protection for it, and they took these guys and there's another blood moon coming. Everybody kind of secures themselves, and it's like this SPF that blocks the moon's light or whatever. And they put it on, and it's working at first, and then it fails, and it's like, oh shit. Honestly, for werewolf movies, the movie that always freaked me out when I was a kid was The Howling, like the first Howling movie. None of the sequels. Sequels all sucked, but the first Howling movie scared the shit out of me when I was a little kid. Like that shit was freaky as hell. I can't believe this head. What a wonky, fucked up neck on this thing. I mean, it's fine from the front, but from the back, it's kind of poo poo. Still have purple left. I gotta tighten out that line. Ho 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 ho. Classic. Nice idiot. Can't believe I just did that. See, is the cape fucked up on this side too, or just that one? Just that one. I gotta get the blue back on that. Damn it. Brain dead. I semi remember that one. Um, but yeah, Howling. The whole fact that the one werewolf was a serial killer in the beginning of the movie, the part where he's going like this with his claws as he's transforming, but you only see the shadow of it, and then they show the claw, like creeped the shit out of me when I was a kid. Definitely weird like that when I was younger. I like to be scared. Funny enough, I always like stuff where bad guys got a hold of somebody too. I think kids are lucky though these days because I'll tell you what, if I had grown up with like something like a John Wick, man, I probably would have been a major gun nut as I grew up. I'd have been like, I want to know how to do all that. Oh, the witches? Yeah, that's old school. Actually, one that's nightmare fuel. If you go back and watch it, like it's still weird as shit as an adult, but remembering it when you're a kid, it was actually like a claymation movie, and it was the Adventures of Mark Twain. They do a segment in there, and you can probably find it on YouTube. And it was called. It was I can't remember what the segment's called, but just look up the Satan scene, like all the little people screaming and all that as Satan like destroys them. It's like I'm an angel, angel, angel. My name is Satan, Satan, Satan. It's like Mark Twain hitches a ride on Haley's Comet. It's just creepy as shit. Like that one scene is just creepy as all get out. Yeah, purple so I can touch them. You guys hearing like any kind of noise through the headset? I mean, through the headset, through the microphone at all? I swear to God, I heard a train whistle for some reason, which isn't good. We get freight trains, but the only time they blow the whistle is if it's military transport. I'm not sure if I'm just hearing shit or what. Probably just hearing shit. Probably my good ear blowing out now. Two movies. Mad God. I don't know that. The Gods May Be Crazy Part 1 and 2. They always cracked me up when I was a kid. But I don't know Mad God. I don't know that movie. Clean that up. Clean you up. Can't hear it? Okay, good. Good. Then that's just some craziness with my ears going on. I don't have Shutter, but I can pull it up on my High Seas site probably because they have everything Shutter does, all that stuff. So Mad God, I'll have to watch it. I'll let you know what I think. I'm looking on this guy. All right, I gotta blue out the eyes and hit these teeth. Teeth will be easy. peasy lemon squeezy. Just got to go gentle in here with it. As I finally found the right color for grungy ass teeth. Yeah, like I said, found the right color for kind of fucked up teeth. Offset just right with the gray too. And put another blast. There we go. I think that's got the face. Well, the teeth in the face anyway. If I can actually get it to focus in on the face. Yeah. All right. Now I just got to get the eyes. Spent like 100K, made millions. Mad God. Saw one recently where it was like kind of filmed from the killer's point of view. They were in the woods. That was the big hook. Was it was filmed from the killer's point of view, but honestly, it wasn't. It was just all right. All right, I need as light a blue as I can get for these eyes. Get the blowout out of them. Thing for this side. Hit him again in a second. I gotta clean this brush more thorough. Yeah, he does look like Hulk in the face, doesn't he? I mean, it's the same guy who did the Hulk, so it makes sense. The thing is, we don't want. We definitely want these blue. So the whole thing is, Bizarro, being Bizarro, has frost vision. Frost vision and flame breath or heat breath. Reverse of Superman. So, let me see. I hate it when it focuses on my hand instead of what I'm holding up. Pull that out a little bit this way. And hit more gray in there, I think. Yeah, hit a little bit more gray around his eye right here. Looks like Hulk. Slap it around. Just give it a little slappy slap. He don't mind. He ain't feel nothing. He's Bizarro Superman. He can take it. We should have it. Yeah, there we go. And then crystal blue eyes. Now when we look at him. Creepy looking. Black this head. Black his whack head. See, I can do this with the camera too, can I? Just gotta move. That shit is. You guys should be able to see damn near all the detail on them while I'm doing it. Do I need anything else done on this face? Let's look under. Oh yeah, chin's got to get hit. It's Taco Tuesday. He should look mad. He should always be pissed off. You would too if fucking you had all the powers of Superman and the brain power of Quirky from Life Goes On. You're just trying to save Lois Lane. Wow, this black might be empty. Taco Bell. Yeah. He ate at Taco Bell. He's not happy about it. Hit him right in the guts. Oh, oh my God. Finally got the black out of the container, and yeah, let's just say a lot more than I needed. Lord, was it a lot more than I needed. That's going to be fun to clean off later. Shit. Shit. Cool, cool, cool. Get some Rusty Rock. Always good conversations. I love the fact you're throwing some crazy ass horror films. I'm definitely gonna watch Mad God if you're recommending it. Check it out. See how it is. I might even have already seen it, but I don't know. Look it up. But always good. Glad you're back from vacation. Glad you had fun, and thank you again for stopping by, brother. Always appreciate you. Looks like it's just me and Rebel bullshitting, and Six is sitting there watching a movie while I'm painting. See how we look. How do we look? Oh, well, it might help if I zoom the fucking camera out. Yeah, he's looking pretty tight, like a tiger. All right. What time are we at? 2 o'clock. Go to 3, and if I'm not done, then yeah, finish it next time. All right, this is gonna be fun. I need, as soon as I find it, yeah, need my thick brush. This should be red kryptonite. Wait a minute. Is it red kryptonite? I'm trying to remember. I'm going to Google this. Because I swear to God, I thought it was red kryptonite, but it may be green kryptonite. One of the kryptonites powers Bizarro up. It may be green kryptonite. Green kryptonite weakens and harms Superman. It actually empowers Bizarro, enhancing his strength and abilities. Shit. Well, we ain't going with red kryptonite then. Oh, cool, Leo. Cool, cool, cool. Are you liking it, Leo, or what? I know it's not a T Rex, but he looks like he'd punch a T Rex, huh? Cool. Green kryptonite. That makes my base coat even easier. Blue blue, that's what I just had to look up. I know he's like the inverse of Superman. So, green kryptonite hurts Superman. Therefore, green kryptonite actually empowers Bizarro. And blue kryptonite, which super boosts Superman, hurts. It's blue kryptonite that hurts Bizarro. So he's dead opposite of Superman. So the blue will hurt him. Green actually heals him, makes him stronger. So these rocks around him should be green kryptonite at that point. He's getting a power boost from. I mean, it like real easy with the green because I can just kind of smatter this on because this is just base coating it. But the real coat is going to look nice because my red sparkle kind of sucks. I'm not going to lie. The green sparkle, however, hell yeah. Should see if actually tell you the truth, I may have one of these that is Superman. And if I can get that Henry Cavill head working, I could do one just like this, but do a Henry Cavill Superman this way. If I could actually find the damn thing, make it work, or find a Henry Cavill head and cut it off some Henry Cavill body. But every one I got is him with a mustache. I don't know. So it's weird, but Ultraman, I know. I guess a red sun would empower Bizarro and a yellow sun would weaken him, right? In theory. But I know that Ultraman, Superman of Earth 3, that leads this crime syndicate, he's like an evil version. He literally crushes and snorts the green kryptonite. And that's what powers him up. And the sun actually weakens him. So he like causes a permanent eclipse when he first comes in. So that the sun's not like sapping his power and then grabs all like the kryptonite on the planet and starts snorting it. It's funny. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'm gonna have to look that up. My damn tweezers. Shit. Didn't want to do that. Alright. Primer's on there. Primer's on there thick too. Get this one primed up. Yeah, that is crazy. I am hearing train horns blow. It's actually a worrying thing. They only blow those train horns when there is a military shipment going on. So like sending missiles to one of the bases, stuff like that, moving tanks, whatever. So the rail line's not far from my house. All right, so base paint is on there. Let's let that dry. Oh, so that's what you call it was talking about. They have a vote in the House in Texas. So the Texas Congress, they're fleeing so that they don't have to participate in a vote. They did this shit before too, a couple years ago, didn't they? Yeah, that they will lose their position, and because this happened before, there was some vote that was going on, and the Democrats all went to Washington D.C. to try and avoid voting. I remember that happening like 2 years ago. Okay, that makes more sense. What Steve was saying earlier about like Congress or Democrats fleeing Texas. That's pretty awesome. Because yeah, they'll end up losing their seats if they don't. This is the second time they've pulled that. Uh, let's see, Bizarro. I'm typing in the Sun. DC Comics universe term Bizarro Sun orbits Bizarro world, a cube's shape. No, no, no. Yellow Sun. There we go. Yellow Sun. Uh, he is not the opposite of Superman in every way. If he was, he wouldn't have super strength, flight, etc. Like Superman does. He shares certain things with Superman still. Let's see. It depends on the version of Bizarro in the comics. There are many different Bizarros. Some have cold vision and fire breath. Others have the classic Clark powers. The last Bizarro in the comics was not only immune to magic, but had a natural penchant for using it to show Smallville what you say happened. The Sun weakened Bizarro, and that's how Clark defeats him in the series. So it depends on which version of Bizarro. That's the answer. Yeah. Well, that's just it. I'll be honest with you. Democrat leadership should be wanting Jasmine Crockett to get wiped, and they should be wanting Mamdani, whatever his name. I think it's Mamdani in New York to get wiped out as well. Like if they have any kind of intelligence, because those two in particular bring such a negative connotation to the whole Democrat Party with their annex. They should want them just removed. Like get rid of them. Good riddance. Be gone. Leave us alone. If not, and they like Mom Donnie wins in New York, and Jasmine Crockett wins re-election or whatever, it's not going to be good. I'll be right back. I got to pee. Yeah, like the the actual real deal Democrats, if they want to win re-elections or any kind of elections, they need to realize that woke is pretty much dead. It failed. It's done. And they just need to bury it. Like AOC is fine, right? Because she falls in line. She has a habit of falling in line when shit comes down to that moderate stuff, right? Same thing for Bernie Sanders. He proved with Hillary Clinton that he's willing to play ball. Crockett and Mom Donnie, not so much. Like he's out there. Mom Donnie in particular is one that if he gets elected in New York, it is going to be a disaster for them. Because he's going to he Bill De Blasio, as bad as he was, Mom Donnie is 10 times worse. Like De Blasio damaged the city, Mom Donnie will be the nail in the coffin for it. Like all they lost so many million billionaires out of New York. Like what's her name? AOC cost everybody jobs. I can't believe she won re-election, but her district is like small. I think even Nancy Pelosi said you could take a glass of water and write a D on the side of it, and people would vote for it in her district. So, no big shock that she won. But like Mom Donnie, yeah, that will be a major because everybody's just going to point to it. Like, oh yeah, look at this is how crazy the Democrats are. They want this, this, and this, and all this other crap. Are the riots still going on in L.A.? Does anybody even know? Like, everybody got bored with it, so they stopped reporting on it. Like I said, I'm no big fan of the Republicans, but at least they didn't go completely fucking sideways. The Democrats went sideways for a while there, and I think they're starting to realize, like, um, I mean, there's a couple legit things that Tim Pool always says, and one of them is culture or politics is downstream from culture, and it just takes a little while for it to catch up. But right now, in culture, woke is it's not completely finished, but it's dying. A very painful death too. So as that's dying, let me see. This is the open one. So as that's dying, like next year is when it's going to start hitting politics that woke is dead. And yeah, that's when you're going to see the switch up in all the Democrats. And anybody that gets fooled by them, like Republicans have a pretty strong platform to run on for the next election, but they can screw it up. I'm telling you now, if China goes into Taiwan, stuff like this, all hell starts breaking free on the world stage under Trump. May not be Trump's fault, maybe because Joe Biden was weaker before him, whatever. But if all that shit starts blowing up, we get in a full blown war with Russia. You're going to see Democrats, even though people don't want them in, voting them in to stop Trump from doing things. What's up, SE? Good to see you, man. Definitely good to see you. We are just talking about like Texas Democrats screwing around again. Apparently, they like fled out again, like they did a couple years ago, because they got a vote on redistricting. Don't want to do it because then, as Revel just pointed out, Jasmine Crockett won't win re-election with a redistricting. Man, she shouldn't have had any kind of clearance, and that's amazing. It like good on Tulsi. I Tulsi is like, all right, she's a Democrat. She's not a Republican, but goddamn, is she kicking ass? She can say she's a Republican. She's not a Republican. Time to paint these bad boys up right, make them green kryptonite. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett does suck ass. I mean, like I said, not a huge Republican guy either. Right in the middle. But they haven't completely lost the goddamn plot yet. So they start going too hardcore. Definitely going to check people out. They just got to keep driving the speed limit and they'll be all right. But there are opportunities. There is room for the Democrats to come back. That's what they got to be worried about. Dude, this shit is going on smooth. Like there is this so we get the focus on it. Yeah. Get that sheen off the damn kryptonite. Six finished the movie. Did so six. Did you like that twist or what? Creepy as shit. Oh, Essie, I'm working on this guy right here, Bizarro. He's pretty much painted up top. I just got to work on the base now. Yeah, dude, he's done. As soon as he came in and said that movie had too many penises in it, it's like, yeah, yeah, he finished the movie. He definitely watched it. He watched it all the way through. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's the twist. Like they go into the flashbacks, and it's like the aunt's dressing him up, or dressing the kid up like a little girl, and all that. But the whole scene where he's just sitting there like, oh, and his junk's hanging out, you're like, holy fuck, what am I looking at? Like, what kind of creepy, fucked up shit is this? Wait, hold on, he's a dude? Like, wait, I'm not understanding. I thought it was a girl. What a twist. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's one hell of a twist. And like I said, that's one I did not see coming until the very. I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck am I looking at? One of the best twists, though. Shit, bang the camera, fucking wire. I need these. Yeah, and that movie really was ahead of like I said, it's like this cheesy, stupid B horror movie, and then you get to that twist, and it's like, holy shit! Like, really? Like, Se, do you watch horror films at all? If so, what's like your favorite of the horror films? I mean, my favorite horror film of all time, flat out, is The Exorcist. Movie scared me when I was a kid. It scares me for a whole different reason as an adult, like as a parent. Like when I was a kid, it scared me because it's like, oh shit, I could get possessed by the devil, right? And as an adult, it's like I couldn't imagine if one of my kids got possessed by the devil, like all this weird shit happening to them. And it's like I'm taking them to the doctors, they can't tell me what's wrong, and takes on a whole different life of its own when you're a parent. Freaks you out. Like you see it from the parents' point of view at that point. Go. All right, let the shit dry. Sure, I got all our green space rocks, green and space rocky. In the Mouth of Madness, yeah, that's one of the John Carpenter Apocalypse trilogy. That Prince of Darkness. What the hell's the third one? The Mouth of Madness, Prince of Darkness, and there's a third one. When They Live. Yeah, Six had never seen Sleepaway Camp. So I told him, I'm like, dude, you got to watch it. And he actually stopped everything he was doing and went and watched it. And I was like, you got to watch it just for the twist in the movie. Like the twist in the movie makes the entire film like, oh shit, that was actually a good movie because of the twist. The rest of the movie kind of sucks. Yeah, The Thing. You're right. It is. It's The Thing. Yeah, the Apocalypse trilogy. The Thing, Mouth of Madness, and Prince of Darkness. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Here's a controversial take for you. I actually like the movie Ghost of Mars. I hated Escape from L.A., but I loved Ghost of Mars. Like I don't know what it was. It landed for me. Like I liked Ice Cube as Desolation Williams part where he runs out there. They're like, shit, there's like an army of them out there. What are we going to do? He goes, I know what we're going to do. And he loads up two SMGs, walks out, and he's like, come on, you mindless motherfuckers. And just starts unloading on them. Wait a minute. You don't like the end of In the Mouth of Madness? Why not? Yeah, the stuff with the they're like eating it and it's just like dissolving them. Yeah, the end of the In the Mouth of Madness is he goes crazy like everybody else in the world. Yeah, the stuff is a classic one. It's like Chud, cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. No, I got you. Trust me, I understand. You don't have the mic, and it's a bitch explaining stuff in text. I 100% understand, Essie. Okay, the church scene with the monsters crossing the bridge. I love the old lady like that has her husband chained up underneath the desk. That always cracked me up. All right, I gotta figure out how these go. Well, I gotta finish out the base first. How am I gonna do this? What do I want this to look like? Maybe silver and gold. Hmm. Thinking silver and gold on this. Going there with silver, gold band, down to silver, maybe even copper in here. Thought it made it a little too cheesy. Yeah, I mean the whole thing is when you're doing something and so like the whole thing is Cthulhu, for example, is Lovecraftian horror, right? When you're doing that, you're supposed to show less of it and let the viewer's imagination or the reader's imagination produce a terror. You know what I mean? That's the beauty of H.P. Lovecraft. He never really goes real descriptive. He just uses certain words that are so fucking ominous that your mind takes over and generates something. You know, that is the beauty of H.P. Lovecraft's writing. He was just a man. He was a master with words when it came to scary. Like he just had this ominous way of writing that let your mind run wild for a minute. Yeah, the little boy turning into the old man. I've definitely seen some creepy shit like that too. True story, Essie. There was this dude, right? He used to walk around and he's an old guy and he had his mouth open kind of like a zombie. And he would just walk around and like his jaw, I don't know if it was permanently frozen like that, but he had a vacant stare and he would just walk and that's all he would do. And I would see him around the neighborhood, like, and we were out in the woods, right? One night I'm all baked with my buddy Guido. Guido's driving, and we see this old dude walking down the road, and Guido had never seen him before. And Guido started to swerve to hit him. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, it's a goddamn zombie, dude. Brother. Like, and I was like, I can understand the mistake, but no, he always looks like that. Pet Cemetery. Yeah, that's a twisted one. Yeah, like I said, I think my favorite of all time has got to be Exorcist. Um, Actually, the thing that used to scare the shit out of me the most when I was real little when I was a little kid. Wasn't actually a movie. It was a TV show called Tales from the Dark Side. And we did this episode with this little white thing with red eyes that lived in a closet, like in a little closet. And this girl rents an apartment from this professor dude. And he's like, yeah, this used to be my daughter's room and everything else. She's like, what's in that little closet? And he's just like, yeah, my daughter used to keep her doll stuff in there or whatever. And then like when she goes to sleep, you don't see the creature till the very end. But like that little thing in the closet used to scare the shit out of me. Yeah, like Lovecraft, his writing style just it's better to read it and just let your mind run wild with it than watch anything made. Um, there was one recently. Now I'm thinking about H.P. Lovecraft. There was and I don't know what the hell the name of the movie is. It was recent though. It had what's the chick's name? Kristen Stewart in it, and it's like a deep sea dive rig that they're trapped on. And like they're down there, and it starts off she's like brushing her teeth or whatever. She's got like real short blonde hair in the movie, and then out of nowhere it's like they get hit by something, and the whole rig starts shaking and all this, and they're trying to escape and get back to the surface, and there's like these little creatures in the water and everything else, and then you find out at like the very end of the movie it's Cthulhu. From the Crypt was good. I actually have a couple of the comics, um, like old comics. But I can't remember. I'm trying to remember what the hell the name of the movie is. But they're trapped underwater in like this deep sea oil drilling rig, and like Kristen Stewart stays behind. She dies, but the other two make it to the surface. And like, but the last thing she sees, she just sees Cthulhu with Jada bald ass in it. Nice. Hey, you better keep his fucking name, his wife's name out of your fucking mouth. No, the one with LL Cool J in it. That was one that no. Yeah, that was Deep Blue Sea, wasn't it? With the sharks. No, this one was recent. Let me look up the name of the movie. I know Kristen Stewart was in it. It's the only one that I remember being in it. Kristen Stewart. It's like underwater or undersea. Yeah, it's called Underwater. It came out in 2020. Kristen Stewart's ass looked like this in the movie. Yeah, Underwater is what it's called. Six. Yeah, and then like when it emerges, blow that shit up for you guys. Like it's like huge, and it looks like. Let's see if you can actually see it. It looks like that. Yeah, Demon Knight was fun. What was the other one? Tales from the Crypt did Bordello of Blood. They did. Oh God, what the hell's the name of that movie? Just recently. Oh, Terrifier 3. The inspiration, because they said it during Christmas. The director, the guy who writes and directs it, he had come out and said the whole inspiration, the whole reason why I wanted to do it Christmas themed and everything, is because of the episode of Tales from the Crypt called All Through the House, and it's like the killer Santa Claus and all that shit. Where the little girl lets Santa thinks she's letting Santa in, and it's a serial killer. Looks like Macy Pelosi. Jesus Christ. Yeah, fucking. I might have to let this silver sit for a minute, solidify. It's liquid as shit. I don't want runners. Yeah, the underwater was cool. There was another one I saw recently, and it's dude's dead now. The one actor died, and I'm trying to remember what the hell the name of the movie was. But it's basically like this lighthouse on this island on the edge of the Arctic, and like the guys holed up in there. Hysterical. I know that movie for some reason. That is that's very familiar. I think you've told me to look it up, and I watched it for some reason. Six. I know you told me the other one. Dude, I'm drawing a blank on the fucking name, but I watched it with John Malkovich. Being Stanley Kubrick or whatever. Yeah, that movie is funny. But yeah, like this dude, he like it's basically like a science outpost. And they drop off, they're supposed to swap out people every 6 months. And it's set back in like early 1900s, late 1800s. And he shows up, and like this guy's like a drunk, all this other shit. And like everything on the lighthouse is all boarded up, and like the guy won't answer the door, so they're like, he's like, just leave me. The science station's down here anyway, and it's like this little cabin. And he sets up in it, and then at night these like fish monsters come out of the water and start attacking him, and he ends up getting pulled into the lighthouse with the other guy, and the guy's like, oh yeah, it's like this every night, and he's like defending the house and all this shit. Like Saturday the 14th. That's what it's like. um, Six. But yeah, it's like these fish monsters or whatever come out of the ocean. They're like holding them off for like a whole shitload of time and everything else. And he finds out the one guy's stuck in one of the fish monster chicks. It's a weird movie. Like the one fish monster chick can communicate with him and all this. Weird fucking movie. I can't remember what the name of the fucking movie is though. Children of the Corn. Yeah, and Killer Clowns from they were supposed to make a sequel to Killer Clowns. You know they made a game for that too, right, Rebel? Like there's actually a Killer Clowns from Outer Space game that they came out with recently. I almost picked it up. It people said it like lost its flavor like old bubble gum. It sounds like the Lighthouse. It probably is called the Lighthouse 6, and I'm just like an idiot. Had the dude from that old HBO show Rome in it. He was in Rome. He played the Punisher in Punisher Warzone. Something I want to say his name is like Stevens or Stevenson or something like that. Yeah, it could be called the Lighthouse. Probably is the Lighthouse. Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson? No, it's not them. It's not Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson. I would remember there if it was Twilight. Dude, Friday the 13th. That had God, what was her name? Was her name Robbie? The one chick Robbie with the big ass hair, like redhead, and like they took over their grandfather's like cursed shop and had to like retrieve all the cursed items. Let me see. I'll tell you what that movie's called. I just gotta look it up. Um, I just gotta go to Rome TV show. I just gotta look at the cast list real quick. Ray Stevenson is the guy's name. Ray Stevenson, Lighthouse. The movie is called Cold Skin. Yeah, the Evil Dead one. Well, Evil Dead one was decent, but didn't have the budget, and then he did Evil Dead two, which had a bigger budget. That was much better, and then Army of Darkness was amazing. And yeah, Reb, the movie's called Cold Skin. Give me the. Let me see. Maybe, yeah, I'll just read it off the Wikipedia like a Riri. No, I don't want to go through the whole plot. Yeah, in 1914, a young Englishman travels to a remote South Atlantic island to work as a weather observer. The only other inhabitant of the island is Gruner, the caretaker of the crudely fortified lighthouse. Gruner says the previous observer died from typhus and there is no body. Exploring the island, the unnamed man finds his predecessor's diaries with drawings of strange creatures. And I'll leave it at that because I kind of already told you more, but I don't want to waste. They like ruin the plot if you're going to watch it. Yeah, it's called Cold Skin. Base paint out. I didn't realize there's two little kryptonite rocks back here. I missed. Actually, there's more. Actually, there's more than two. Get them primed and get them painted. Yeah, cold skin and some well, dude. Like I said, the Ray Stevenson is clearly sleeping with the one fish chick. Like, and I mean, she looks like a fucking fish. He's good in the lighthouse, dude. Yeah, like Robert Pattinson. It better never touch. If they do another the Batman movie, like I think I might have to find Robert Pattinson, put him 6 feet under, because he is a fucking piece of shit. Like he didn't even work out for Batman. I don't like my superheroes where I feel like I could kick their ass. And doing that shit to Batman was just that was punishing. Like it was like, what are you doing to Batman? Like you got this little bastard playing him. He didn't even want to work out for the role. Nothing. It's like, yo, you're playing fucking Batman, dude. If you told me tomorrow, Gam, we want you to be the next Batman, I would be in the gym 5 minutes later, working every day for like 12 hours a day till I had some kind of physique that resembled Batman's. I'd be like, oh yeah, I am not fucking this up. Because it's Batman, god damn it. Like that should be a dream job for any actor. It's like, oh, you want a paycheck? No, I don't even want a paycheck. I just want to be Batman. All right, I'm gonna go. I am gonna continue. I'm gonna do these in silver, I think. Gentle, gentle. Up here is fine to get heavy with, but gotta be real gentle so I don't fill in the black on this. Yeah, the Batman. I made the mistake. I watched somebody give an early review of it, and I trusted the guy, and he was like, "It was actually pretty good," and everything else. And I was like, "Yeah, I watched the trailer for it. I thought it looked like shit. I'm gonna trust this dude." And then I went and watched that movie. I was like, "I will never take that motherfucker's advice for movies again." My wife about fucking killed me because I drug her to the movie theater to see it. She was like, "What the fuck are we watching?" I was like, "I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I believed somebody on the internet. I'm sorry, babe." I still haven't lived it down. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so then the logical carry through for that would be down here. And that band will be gold. Yeah, so that's just it. With Nolan's trilogy, right? Like I wasn't a big fan of Bane and everything else I can't remember what the last Dark Knight Rises. I wasn't a big fan of that movie. I thought it was okay. I mean, it's a shame because it was actually supposed to be a sequel to Dark Knight and be the Joker and all that kind of stuff. That could have been really, really cool. But I definitely was not feeling Bane. Um, but the Dark Knight, that movie is insta classic, and it that all boils down right to Heath Ledger's performance. He made Joker feel fresh. Like just doing him as a complete agent of chaos. You didn't know what he was going to do. He played the shit out of that character. And anything, it had to be that level at the very end. Like, and it's nothing against Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy did his best as Bane. It's just Bane's never been one of my favorite Batman villains. He like, okay, fine, he broke the bat's back or whatever. It was the same way I thought Scarecrow was kind of wasted on the first one. Like they needed to use him a little bit more, but I kind of forgave it. I was like, all right, that's all right. Let's see what they do with the next one. And then Heath Ledger just killed it as the Joker. So unless you're going to bring that level, it's unfortunate, but it's not going to hold up. So the whole thing with Bane's voice, what really will kill you? There's another movie with Tom Hardy, and it's a true story, and it's about these two um, British gangsters, right, and they're brothers. And if you ever see it, I'd have to look it up. They're a pair of twins, and Tom Hardy plays both the twins in the movie, and the one twin's voice is Bane's voice. And when I saw it, I was just like, "Oh shit, are you kidding me right now?" I was like, "He's basically just this is where he got Bane's voice was here, this movie." Like, my, what's going on here? I don't understand. Like that voice, and I could not take it. I couldn't stand it. All right, we are going to go to, I think, yeah, let's go to copper. I think a copper fill would work on this base. Copper. Yeah, the Batman the animated series, Justice League, Superman the animated series, like that stuff. Essie. I mean, Batman the animated series. There's a reason why it won so many damn Emmys. That show, yeah, that was an amazing cartoon, and that is honestly the best iteration of Joker. Is that show is Mark Hamill, hands down. But when it comes to live action, the best version's got to be hands down Heath Ledger. And they did Bane right in the cartoon too, because he was Brazilian, so he should have like a Spanish accent. He shouldn't have like an English accent. But yeah, Bane was never one of my favorite Batman villains. Yeah, I mean, depending on how old you are, it probably was Batman the Animated Series. Then they did Batman. It went Batman the Animated Series. Then I think it's the third season. They changed the name of it to Batman and Robin Adventures. And then Superman the Animated Series. Then they did a crossover Batman Superman, and that started Justice League. And then it went from Justice League. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. 6 sent a voice message. Let's see what you got there, 6. Show me what you've got. Where the hell's Discord? Really? Hold on a sec, 6. Gonna lose chat here for a second. Okay. Yeah, Discord was up. What the fuck? Here you go. Let's see what 6 has to say.
Your memory is very correct. You're talking about wrestling a man and the voice, and then you cover your mouth, and then.
Oh, 6 cut it halfway through. Hold on.
Now I got as much.
No, nope, nope. That's 6's old voice message. 6, she deleted the voice message. Yeah, and then they went into Justice League, and then Justice League Unlimited was the last version of those old shows. But funny enough, Batman the Animated Series is actually the first appearance of Harley Quinn. And she was just supposed to be a one-off character, like one-off episode. But people loved the character so much that she ended up being in comics and like her own shows now and everything else. But yeah, Harley Quinn, if it hadn't been for Batman the Animated Series, there wouldn't have been a Harley Quinn. They based it off a woman named Arlene Sorkin that was friends with the director or the showrunner. Bruce Timms, I think his name is. But they were like friends or whatever. So that's like Arlene Sorkin actually voices Harley Quinn in her episode. In the first episode she's in. But she was just supposed to be a one off character, just going to be in for one episode and then gone as like a Joker sidekick. And then she just took on a life of her own. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. That's why I always get a kick out of guys that are like, oh, yeah, Harley Quinn in the comics is like one of my favorites back then. And I'd be like, yes, they made her for the show, you idiot. Like, there wasn't a Harley Quinn in the comics until the show. No, that's not true. No, you don't. Ian, look that shit up. You are a lying motherfucker. Or your memory's flawed. One of the two. She absolutely was not a comic book character. She debuted on Batman the Animated Series. Oh, now 6 sent one. I guess it re-recorded. 1 second, 6. Let me finish out this one rack of circles. All right, let's see what 6 got to say this time. Go ahead, white boy.
Respect for dead bodies, anybody else, but.
Wait, no.
Hey! Get that goddamn.
God damn it, 6. Did you delete it again? Oh, no. God damn it, 6.
I remember him do the voice very well, and then suddenly, as if by some sort of magic, he put his hand over his face, and then suddenly, I wonder. I was wondering what would break first, your spirit or your body.
God damn it, 6. 6 couldn't stop laughing when he was recording it. That was the problem. Yes. Yes. You guys will understand if you ever catch, like, after we're done with Valheim, which is coming real soon, and we play the game Green Hell. called the tribe that's out in the woods, the rhino penis people, and we're taking like we're killing them out. But they sing, they'll be like, away, away, wah, away, away, wah, out in the distance, and I'll walk up on them, and every time I'm always like, my, what a lovely singing voice, and then just shoot one in the head with a bow and arrow. Goddamn rhino penis people. Those sons of bitches. You'll see what I mean when we're playing it. That, and then you're gonna get to hear me scream like a bitch when we come across snakes and the Goliath spider because they bite you and the whole screen shakes and stuff. Did you send another one, 6? Fuck. Keep hearing that beep through. It usually tells me my alerts are going off behind me. My, what a lovely singing voice. Yeah, it's definitely something that game is definitely something that is a lot of fun. Pain in the ass, but a lot of fun. I think I overloaded the brush. Oh no. Actually, is that going on? It's going on pretty smooth. A little sloppy, but smooth. That's what she said. Nice even strokes. Yeah, like we still have to get like the Batman the animated version of Mr. Freeze on the big screen. Not that terrible Arnold Schwarzenegger stuff. Um, we got to get. Be cool to see something that we haven't seen yet. Mad Hatter, maybe. I don't know if I'd want to see Man Bad on the big screen. One of the things that I'm actually a little disappointed about because it was perfect casting and it never materialized. They were supposed to do, Ben Affleck was Batman and all the Snyderverse shit, right? There was supposed to be a Batman movie that he was going to do, and it was going to be Batman versus Deathstroke and Joe Manganiello as Deathstroke. That would have been amazing. Because Joe Manganiello, he looks like he would just be a badass version of Deathstroke. Which I don't even know if you guys know who Deathstroke is. But if you do, you see what I'm talking about. He's got like an orange and black suit, always has a katana. If you ever saw the show Teen Titans, like the cartoon, he was the villain in it. Slade, they called him. I mean, that's his name. But yeah, Slade would have been a badass casting. I still think they missed an opportunity with the new Superman movie too. They should add Henry Cavill in it as a bad guy. Would have been cool. Definitely would have been cool. All right. Okay, let's put this bad boy together. See how he looks. All right. Pop his head free. Don't need that falling off while I'm sticking them on here. want to go. What is up with you, buddy? I don't see anything dried out in there. All right. Let's see how these go. This has to go over here on that leg, which means this one's going to go on this leg. Get them a little tilt back and forward action. Okay. Means you go here like this. Good Lord, that's a tight fit. I gotta be careful. I'm gonna break it. I just saw a piece go flying off. What was it? I don't even know what that piece was. Oh, there we go. All right, where do these go? Oh, shit. Well, that ain't good. All right, now where do these crystals go? Yeah, not bad. I don't know where those crystals sheared off from. The rest of it, snap, crackle, and pop in. Rest of it fits. Huh. I think it's got them. We got Bizarro done. Start putting paints away. Give us a zoom shot on it. Oh, fuck me. I can't believe I knocked him out in one sitting. He is going to at least take two. I got a little lucky. Getting better at paint selection, I think. Granted, putting all the paint back's a pain in the ass. Yellow and black. Get rid of our purples. Take it to the zoo. Retards like the zoo. I'm getting this paint out of here. I want to set a comic in there. Still don't know where these go. I can't see it on the model where it broke off from. Unless it goes in between these. Which all has to get glued down anyway. Let's see how he looks in the back. Yeah, that works. Good to see you too, SE. Thanks for dropping through, brother. Thanks for smashing like. You're amazing. Oh, all right. Let's take a look, guys. Ooh, oh, almost. I want to do something with those eyes. That's the question. Those eyes kind of fade in. Now, granted, when I'm looking at them up close, it makes sense. Let me see. Let me take a look. I might touch something in those eyes just to give them shape. as they kind of disappear into the skin. I'm not, well, actually, hold on. See them a little bit better that way, huh? Ooh, what did I just do? How did I? There we go. Oh, son of a bitch. I want the stuff in the background. I want the foreground thing right here. All right, let's give them different lighting. I think that lighting's a little overpowering. Like that's kind of neutral. Ah, you're laying down. Yeah. Well, I just finished them too, Rub. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. I see. Yeah, I mean, granted close to the end here. I just got to see if I can't get that glamour shot. Oh, Bizarro comic behind him, I guess. Actually, I guess I have to turn it sideways. But that's not going to make a difference because I can't. Let me see. Bring the camera in. Yeah, you got to back up, buddy. And use this. Just a little tappy tap. I don't know. Like the whole thing with those eyes, though. I have a feeling like so if I do this with the head, you guys can probably see the eyes fine, right? I think I'm gonna have to darken the blue up because I can't see the eyes. They're not popping the way they should. So we'll step them up a notch. Sorry guys, it might be out of focus a bit. Yeah, six is usually here for the long haul too. I mean, Rebel is hung in here way late. Rebel's my roving reporter. He tells me usually what's going on. Shout out to him. I know he's laying down right now, but he's usually the one catching me up on what's going on Twitter. Him and Steve's my man on the streets. Did that help? Helped a little. Guess I'm gonna have to go a little darker. A little bit darker now. Keep darkening it until we get those eyes just right, guys. Oh, almost fell on my ass. Oh yeah, dude. Well, that's just it, SE. Like all the people that come in here and hang out are all chill people. Like if it were real life, I could hang out with all you guys. You know what I mean? That's I'm grateful. I got blessed that I have 92 subscribers at this point, right? And every last one of them, just good people. Every last one. Like good. Like I could chill out with you people. Okay, this eye's fine. This one's fucked up. That's got to get touched. Got to touch it with that light blue real fast. I blew it out a little bit. Sorry, guys, going quiet there for a minute. That that one eye is like goofy as shit. I keep trying to round it out, but it's a matter of hitting it with just the right amount of paint. Otherwise, I'm gonna run right back into the other problem. It's going to be too light. Did you did you send another message, Six? All right, I think we got it. That one looks devastatingly dark. Yeah, SE, I'm right there with you. I don't hang out with anybody anymore. I'm an old ass man. Like, I gave up on hanging out. And I was just saying this earlier because my son, I got to cover his store. He's going out to Vegas to shoot pool. And I got to cover his store for a couple days for him, make sure everything goes smooth, all that. I used to be like big man in retail, and I stopped doing it and just training the register and the customers that were coming in. Man, I was like, I don't want to be around fucking people anymore, like at all. I was like, it's a good thing I love my kid. Otherwise, I would have been like, yeah, no, I can't cover your store after training for a couple days. But I think God's got him. I think we got our Bizarro. Oh shit, you did? No, nothing to be sorry about. I just heard the alert go off. Wait, did you send a voice or no? Like a new one? I'm guessing it's this one.
I was wondering what would break first. Your spirit or your body? Evident, what?
What the fuck, Six? Yeah, I mean, the only thing I didn't do was go to Vegas. I made it to the finals in the Charleston. Well, no, actually, it was in the New Jersey League. My nine ball team, I always played nine ball, eight ball, or whatever. And then my son, he picked up a stick not long ago. He used to play with me all the time. And then he got on the team, and then they just made it to Vegas. And I was like, you did something I'll never do. I'm proud of you, boy. You're better than the old man. It's the way it should go. Your kids should outperform you. They should be better than you. They should have, better lives, better everything than you. If you do it, it's just the way the game should be played. Like, There's no old man jealousy, like, oh, I wish it was me or not. No, I'm proud of my son. Like, I was always a store manager, working on becoming a district manager. I was like assistant district manager and shit. My son, what did he do? He goes, gets a handshake deal, starts working in the store, buys his own store at 26, right? Like has his own store at 26 and gets married and shit. I'm just like, goddamn boy. I blew out all my achievements and then some, and I'm happy about it. I wouldn't have it any other goddamn way. But I also don't, like try to warn both kids, do not try and lead my life like the way I did it. Trying to get this camera just fucking right, as David would say. Okay, half tick. Right about there. Yep. Cool. So knocked out Bizarro. That's awesome, man. Yeah, went into Vegas. Some places are easy, some places are real difficult. Like New Jersey, you had a league in Trenton, and they would just bullshit their numbers on the paper. Like two captains would meet at the beginning of a match. They would go, all right, this guy's going to win, this guy's going to lose. Like they'd decide all that, and then they would shoot pool all night just for free. And it was like, you motherfuckers. So when they get to the actual tournament to go to Vegas, all their numbers, like if somebody on paper was like playing at a skill level 3, they were really like a 6. So they just decimate everybody. It was brutal. It was grimy as shit. Let's get the old screenshot so I can update. Boom. Save this some bitch off. I should actually be able to update the thumbnail while still in stream if I'm not wrong. Let's see. Yep. Upload and save. Got it. Cool. What do you think, guys? Like him or is he shitty? Should probably change out the lighting too. Huh? See if we got better lighting. I can turn off half the light there. Do this every goddamn time. Do him where he's like the green. You think the green lighting? Thanks, Essie. Yeah, I honestly I like my Hulk better, but like I'm not gonna lie, I definitely the thing I'm actually real happy with Bizarro is the kryptonite actually of all things. It's got to be the kryptonite. I don't want to do the flashy thing because that shit gives people seizures sometimes. So let's just go back to normal lighting. I hate that white light too. White light's good for painting, but not for display. These guys are matching, I think. Yeah, like that white lighting makes it look blue. Mellow lighting. Yeah, oh, I know, Bob. That's just it. It's the way he's standing, the way he sat. They don't line up. I agree with you. I I didn't make the thing, Bob. I just printed it. Whoever designed it put it like that. That was not my doing. The green lighting. Let's see if we do green from this side. I think green from that side actually picks up better. To be honest with you. Pull them over a little. We got this green lighting. We got that fucking toxic green lighting right there. Let's see if I hit this and then hit that. Well, no. So if I have to cycle through everything to get back to the other green. Fucking lights have too many settings to them. I really need just one remote. Yeah, hitting them from this way with green light, that kind of works. Yeah, you like this 1.6? I mean, the model definitely, like, I pull him in. He's got that detail to him. He really does. Whoever sculpted him did a badass job. Not gonna lie. Finally got the eyes to a blue I can tolerate too. Yeah, the green rocks. Definitely liking digging the kryptonite the way it came out. He's got to get glued. Glue him later. Oh, unlock the camera. Fucking mean. Yeah, he looks angry as shit. I feel like I should drag him in. Like, the closer he gets, the better he looks. Because you can actually see all the detail in the face and like the pissed offness of the Bizarro. You know, Beans is going to see this and be like, "Where the hell's my Henry Cavill?" Fuck. If I could find a Henry Cavill, I would have printed them and like done them out already, and put them in the mail to her too. As soon as I find a good Henry Cavill. I think I will. I'm going to take you guys' advice and switch it up to this. What do you think? The light green? I wonder. That thing stops its fucking strobe. Kind of like that. Or should I go with the toxic? Nah. The yellowish green is probably the best. I'm gonna say. You like the pure green light or the that's blue. You like the pure green light or do you like the yellow light? Like the yellowish or the green? Tracers. So like this, the yellowish. I'll stop on it and wait till I see the response. I know you guys are on like a 6 second delay or some shit. I have not seen Atomic, but I haven't been in ABL's chat either. This green. Yeah, okay. So the one on his right side is that's the actual nasty green. Should I do it on both of them or just the one you think? Let me see. I think if I do both of them green, it's too much. I got to offset it somehow. And granted, that right there is actually a cool effect. But where I can go and offset it where he's highlighted green like that. Like that. Let me see. Give him a warmer. I don't want that fucking blue white. Yeah, let's go back to that. Give me 1 second. Let me try something. You think that one? God damn. I got loud as shit. Oh, because I got both ear things. I can only wear one of my damn ear sets because that fucking ear infection. Something like this. Kind of looks like the green's coming off the crystals this way. Either that or else should I go to the yellow on the other side? Got to go through the entire selection because the yellow and the green are right next to each other. Like that's the yellow green. I think it's too much. I think not that color. Where the hell is the daylight setting? There it is. Something like this. Yeah, it does look kind of. It does look fucking angry. He almost looks like half Hulk. That's funny. Yeah, that one. All right, I'll make that screenshot then. Can I move this over? Oh, bastard. bring that in just enough. Do that with it. Should cut off the back. A little more light on the left side. Wait, I gotta look at it like you guys are looking at it. Kind of like that, Bob. Like if I turn them this way. Definitely get more. Well, actually, let me center them out. Like that. Wait for the jury. Rotate 360 degrees. Bob, that's spinning them in a complete circle. I think you mean 180 him. Well, actually, it'd be like 90 degrees where he's lit from the back. Oh, rotate 30 degrees. Okay. You said 360 the first time. I swear to God you did. The only problem is because it's even out lighting. Let me see. I can rotate the light out a little bit. Like that. Oh, come on. Move back a little bit more. There we go. Like that. So it looks like he's pulling a green light off the I rotated the light out. So it's just pulling. The model or the light? Because it's a little to the left. Like that. Or do you want me to bring it in a little bit more on him? Less on him or more on him with the green light? Oh, in the model, yeah, a little left. Centered. A little bit more light. Okay. I'm going to nail it like a notch, and you guys tell me. That's a notch. I just notched it over a little too, SE. So he's got a little bit more green light on him. It's definitely hitting a contrast. I don't know. What do you think, Six? Six, Bob? Yeah. Yeah, plus I can still see his eyes. Like, should I'm gonna notch it over one more. Doesn't look good. We'll notch it back. Let me know. Too much, too little. Or should I notch back? All right, so notch back. Half notch back. That green just covers his eyebrow. Like it's basically framing the one ear and the background off the kryptonite. Set down the keyboard so I guess I got to do the snip or whatever till we get the lighting where it's looking good. Yeah, that green's going to hit the background no matter what. Like it should be hitting the background. I'm just deciding whether or not to highlight him more in green like that or give him the contrast. I mean, it would help if his head didn't look kind of like Hulk's. I'm not going to lie. I think our contrast is probably just about right. I mean, go ahead, Bob. Shoot. I always take advice, or listen to it at least. I mean, not gonna lie, I should just have the wife set everything up and light box it tomorrow and do it that way. She did the Hulk earlier and he came out fucking badass. I gotta update the thumbnails. Oh, snap, crackle, and pop. Holy fuck, is it really 3:42 in the morning? No wonder we can't decide on lighting. Wondering why I was getting tired. I'm like, God damn it. It was 4 in the fucking morning. Let me see. Take the project. Whole thing is, sometimes I mean, take it for what it is, Bob. You can take it or leave it. Um, I would take the project. And the reason why is because right now you're kind of sitting around, right? Like you're doing stuff, right? But you're not distracting yourself. It'll be a distraction. You'll be interacting with people. Now, maybe you don't feel like interacting with people. If that's the case, then don't take the project, right? But if you're going to be interacting with people, it'll be a change. And sometimes that's what you need. You're going through a lot as it is right now, and it'll be a change. But then just, I don't know how long term the project is, but you can always just quit and take the SOSEC after if you don't like it. Yeah. Yeah. See, like Wolverine's just saying the same thing. SE saying the same thing. Um, you know, take the project. It'll give you a brain break from your normal routine and go from there. Son of a bitch. 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 Oh. Oh, I just dragged my hand through fucking paint, didn't I? I lit that shit up. I did. Sometimes you need that brain distraction. Oh my god. I really just did that while doing that. I gotta fix it. Drag my damn hand through the gold paint too while doing that. I gotta fix that S. The S is off. Fix the red, but now I gotta fix the yellow. But yeah, take the money, use the brain distraction, and if you hate it, just quit it. Yeah, Bob. Like, you know, that would be my advice. At this point, you know, even if it's just a distraction for a little bit, because retiring at the age I did, fucking bored, dude. Like, I mean, I'm fucking bored. Now, granted, like I've been saying, covering out my son's store or whatever, I realized real quickly that I honestly don't want to be around people anymore, which is funny because I'm cool coming on the internet, hanging out with all you guys. You're all awesome. But when it comes to like real life and hanging out with people, I'm like, kind of don't want to deal with them. Hold on, you got it. Get that red out of there. Shit. I gotta let that shit dry. I got this little tiny shadow over here. And where I blew out the red. I just gotta clean it up. Fuck. Oh, god damn it. I actually didn't even need to touch the red. It was just a fucking shadow. Yeah, best of luck, Bob. Seriously, man. Is I'm not gonna lie. I'd be lying a little bit if I didn't say I wasn't a little worried about you lately. You know, I know you're a full grown ass man and you've lived the full life, and thank you for your service and everything else. But legitimately, bro, like I worry about you because I know where my head would be, where your head's kind of at, and I don't blame you. So any distraction you can use, take it. That'd be my advice. Like I said, you can tell me to go pound sand, but you know, all right, blowout is fixed. Let's try this again. This time with feeling. I mean, I'm weird like that though. No, that ain't the shot. Fucked up. It's the problem with fucking with things late at night. Start getting sloppy. Oh. Hear my dog wake up and like shake his head like, what the fuck are you still doing, human? You're fucking around? It's late, you know. I know, dog. That's the other thing I gotta edit. I got too many Z's in Bizarro in the title. I do. One Z, two R's. All right, that's all set. Good lord. Cool, Bob. Get some rest. I'm gonna finish out my cigarette. I'm like 3/4 of the way through. Thank everybody and all that stuff, and then I'm headed off myself. Oh, I do appreciate you, SE. I know you working, keeping them hours, but I do appreciate the hell out of you for dropping in anytime you can, too, man. Yeah. All right, guys. I think that's got us, huh? Glad to catch up with you. No pun intended. Yeah, dude. Even if the pun was intended, I appreciate it. Just the same, brother. You're good people, so I'm always happy to have you aboard. Um, Ooh, been a long night. Shout out to Sheree. Shout out to Stranded Lifeform. I'm surprised we didn't see her, but then again, it's no shock either. She's probably back to work today. Shout out to you guys. Everybody watched it, made it through this far. Jesus Christ. Shout out to Forever Demonetized. He just chimed in before I could get to him, this sucker. And, shout out to you guys watching, everybody who chimed in and joined in for the live, whether it was the woo woo talk or, anything else that was going on tonight. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I always appreciate you guys. 92 subs, and hopefully we keep growing. But I appreciate every last one of you guys who did sub to me, give me 5 minutes of your time to watch, or, just call me a jackass and leave, whatever. I do appreciate everybody. Shout out Shrey, greatest mods on these interwebs. I should be back on I'll definitely be back on Thursday painting something new. If not, I'll be back Friday gaming or Sunday painting something new. All at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Times. Thank you again, guys. I do appreciate every last one of you for just taking 5 minutes and dropping in and saying hi or what have you. And everybody have a good night. Try and have a good week. And don't work too hard. Don't play too hard. And always be creative. So until next time, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, everybody.